Hello, and welcome to our final stream of Trails in the Reverie. It's day number 42 we made it to here. We got just a little bit of cleanup to do with our final daydream we unlocked by beating the final boss. We already saw one of the stories, and apparently there's two more. And I'm very excited to see them because that first one was fucking awesome. It was really good. Like, you know my feelings about Reen, but excuse me, even with it being like him as the main character there, it was such a cool thing. Like, we're learning about this new group and there's some badass woman out there like that just puts Reen to shame. It's fucking sick, man. I'm excited. I'm hoping this is just like bridging us to the next arc. Like, this girl is gonna be in the next arc. Cause man, if so, I'm ready. I'm even, you know what? This even got me excited a little bit to see like Reen come back in the distant future, and he can be stronger and stuff. Cause it's nice to see that he doesn't just beat everyone. But anyway, welcome guys. I'm sorry the chat's not working. It kind of sucks, and I really need to get that working at least before the next, before we start Persona 5, so the next stream probably. What song is this? Hamel? Let's skip Hamel for a second. There we go. Anyway, let me read some chat here, and welcome everybody. Noit's probably gone, but I appreciate you dropping by for a second notification. Yami, what's up? It is the last Reverie stream. It's my last trail stream for, for like 6 months at least, right? Probably more. Granted, at least we know there's another game coming next year in the summer, so not too far away. It'd be a nice little break, but it's definitely a little sad to be done with Trails as a whole, since this was the game that I started streaming consistently with, and now it's gonna feel awkward and maybe a little empty now without it for a bit, It's unfortunate. Yeah, but at least till June, And maybe July, August. We don't really know exactly when it's gonna come out, but I'm glad it's at least announced. There's no uncertainty on when I'm gonna be playing my next Trails game, so I have that at least to comfort me. I've heard a lot of people say July or August since the other Trails game's coming September. I don't know what you mean, Blunts. Another Trails game? Or do you mean like the next one for Japan or something? I guess in July, like Reverie. I'd be cool with that. Also, what's up, Pork, Talifer, Eris? Glad to see you guys. I think I said hi to Yami already. Deep, what's going on, man? No more imbuing spears. No more imbuing spears. Also, Blunt. You need at least 2 arc break from Reen, but yeah, it'll be cool to see him later. Yeah, for sure. Just like anybody, like what Trails does the best is it hits us with the nostalgia and the callbacks to the other games. Trails has always excelled at that, and I don't want that to stop. So of course I'd be happy to see Reen eventually, just not anytime soon. Are you talking about the next JP game? Okay. Pork posted, I think, but yeah, JP Falcom report shows next JP Trails game. Okay. What up, Magus? Good evening. Made it. Sounds like you really liked that Reen Daydream. It was fire, man. The visuals, dude. Obviously the story was fucking awesome, but also I just love how they did it. Those still images, just black and white, they were so fucking good, dude. So good. What's up, DJ? This. The spear lives on in our hearts. Damn right. According to Pork, you still have another Trails game? Remember when Zach thought Reen was gonna be Falcom's Golden Boy forever? They already teabagging him on the way out the door? I can't help but be happy about that too, Pork. I thought he was just gonna be like, the Trails, unbeatable mascot. But man, they handed his ass to him already. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Oh yeah, we still do have Nayuta. I really want to play that, but I don't know when I'm gonna do it because I definitely want to start Persona. I'm debating, I don't know. I don't know yet. I don't know how to fit it in. Or maybe it just comes after Persona. It was a nice exit for Reen. We know he'll be back, and you'll be curious to see how he's grown next time we see him. Yeah, for sure, Megas. It's nice to see he still has room for growth on a like skill level, because I hadn't seen him really fail too hard on the skill level lately. Bum, 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 bum. Good song. Daybreak 2 at the earliest. Daybreak 1 really needs to establish the whole setting. Oh, yeah. Man, yeah. I guarantee we don't see... I mean, we might see returning characters in Daybreak 1. Like, what do I expect to see? Zen, probably. I don't expect him to play, like, a big role, but I expect to see Zen. And I expect to see Kilika. As for, like, many other characters, I don't know that I would expect to see any other past characters. Maybe, like, that one chick from Cold Steel 4, I can't remember her name, that was, like, part of their intelligence division or whatever. Kayla? Yeah. I would expect to see her, but I don't really call that as, like, a returning character, per se. So I would expect that. I don't know much else, really. Imagine Reen comes back and he's married to some random girl we don't know. Bro, I would... They wouldn't do that. They would make so many people mad who would try to ship Reen with some other one, you know? They can't do that. Unfortunately. Kevin? Yeah, we're not seeing Kevin. We can give up on that. Did you expect to see Gramhart? Well, of course, but also not returning. You know, his brief appearance was just setting up, obviously, that he's gonna be a major character, which I really like his character so far, so I'm excited to see more there, for sure. He seems pretty intimidating, pretty smart. And also, it seems like he's just throwing his money around to get what he wants, which is interesting. Would you expect to see Rocksmith? Probably? I don't know, like, what kind of role he would play, though. Like, is he really that relevant? I don't know. Rocksmith's always sucked and has a shitty design. There's nothing cool about him. So, like, I don't... Like, would we see him? Probably, but I hope he doesn't really play any major part. We'll see him getting teabagged in a back alley. Yo, probably. Roy Graham crackers. Yeah. Oh lord, they made Elon Musk a Trails character? Oh god. Probably a joke side quest for Rocksmith. I'd be fine with that. What song is this? This is the Cold Steel 4, like, opening or something? I like this. Bum, ba-dum, ba. Instrumental for the opening? Yeah. It's a banger. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Oh! I forgot, man. This song is a banger. I like it. Opening without the vocals? I prefer it without. At least for, like, background music, anyway. Yeah, it plays during the Ogre Reen fight. You're right. Man, Fragments in Cold Steel 4 is so good. I just... Cold Steel 4, why do you have to be so up and down for me, man? Alright, anyway, let's hop into some Reverie. I'm gonna try one more thing to get my chat working real quick. Give me 1 second. I hope that didn't... Okay. Shit. Hold on. I gotta log in and I don't know my information. Fragments carried the game? Yeah. I liked chapter 1 a decent amount because Reen wasn't there. It was nice to have like a whole section without him. Also the prologue. You can't say the prologue was bad. It was all nostalgia bait, but it was good, you know? Submits. Yeah, prologue and fragments were, like, fantastic. Like, so good. Like, at the time, I was saying, man, this is the strongest start to a game, to a Trails game. And then they gave me the worst part of a Trails game immediately after. Postal 4 is the most like MCU like Trails game we have gotten. Yeah, you're right. CS4 is not bad. I'm not saying it's a bad game. Just saying it's not for me, or it's not my favorite one. Yeah, Magus. You're right. I was also burnt out. I also just overall didn't like the story personally. It just wasn't for me. So in the end, it's still a Trails game. Still love the series. Was just disappointed. Is all I can really say. Man, I cannot get this to work. I'm pissed. I see it working here, like within stream elements, but then once I bring it into OBS, it doesn't work anymore. All right, one more thing to get this to work. I'm just gonna do a new link. Let me try this. Properties. I'll also clear the cache on it. See if that helps it. Okay. Cold Steel 4 story feels like they kicked out the old writers and had Tetsuya Nomura blindly write the ending. You kind of Airs. You gotta piss people off with that, but I kind of agree with you. I think you would have liked CS4 a little more if you weren't binging the series. Not like it'd be your favorite, but still a bit more. I agree with you, Talifer. Unfortunately, we'll never know because unless I like do a playthrough again, like some way far down the road, and then I like change my opinion. But I will fully admit that binging it all hurt my opinion of it in the end for sure. So I never recommend anyone do that. All right. Well, I can't get chat to work, so that sucks. But let's go ahead and launch some Reverie and get this closed out and see where we're at by the time we read all this. I got some water. Hopefully my throat can take non-stop reading for 2 to 3 hours. All right, let's go ahead and pause this and launch our game. Been more cringe if Nomura wrote it, but I get the sentiment. Yeah. My controller's not working. Hold on. Excuse me? I just got this thing. Excuse me. Great. Ba-dum-bum. Am I plugging in the right thing? Yep. It's not lighting up. Why? Thanks, Sony. God damn it. It's like, not recognizing it. We'll see. It might still work. No. I think it's gonna show me, like, fucking Xbox inputs, apparently. Nothing's working today. For real. Okay, it lit up at least, so we're good. My computer did blue screen when I closed OBS earlier, so, you know. Some shit's happening. I have to plug it into the PS5 and update it. Well, I've been using the same one this whole time. Well, like recently. Alright, so it's working. So that's all that matters. Also, my cat fucking knocked my cam off my, like, where it's set. So it, like, isn't the same as it was. It bothers me. I think it needs to be lower. There we go. Time to reinstall Windows, I refuse. Okay, where were we? With level 200 Reen here. Black screen. Okay. Let me get my water ready. Redeemed Reen San shoes. If that's what you want, you can have it. There you go. There's your no shoes Reen. There's your active red. There you go, guys. Nothing matters anymore. It's great. Alright, let me tab over here. Man, it sucks because sometimes I used my preview window and read the chat from there. Now I can't do that.
No.
Damn it! I have to get it fixed for the next game for sure.
Slab of
The
reminiscence
last Sans
activated.
shoes. Mr. Streamer, when will we see more of the Cold Steel series? Bro, I can't believe you sent me that. Oh, I probably didn't respond. Sorry, Sleep. Sometimes I read your messages and I laugh a lot to myself, and then I just go on with my day and don't respond to you. But don't worry, yeah. That made me laugh pretty hard. Okay, let's see what our next one is. And who it will be concerning. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. Zach not responding to my basketball Risha and Yuna art. Don't worry, if I didn't respond, it's not because I disliked it or anything like that. It's just because I read things, I get distracted, and then I forget. Every time. It's nothing, don't take it offensively or anything, you know what I mean? You only send the highest quality memes. You send pretty good ones, I will say. Anyway, Mario RPG is amazing. I saw Neo Matter was streaming it. It looked pretty cool. I got it in. Hold on. Ah, it's not worth getting, just to show that I have it. I got it. It's just behind my green screen right now. I don't know if I'm gonna play it off stream or what I want to do with it yet. I gotta figure that out as well. Can't wait to see my reaction to this one. This one is an unconventional student. I'm gonna be burping the whole time because I just finished dinner before starting stream. You want me to play Mario RPG, Eris? Alright. Let's see. April, year 1208 of the Septian calendar. Aramis Academy is a famous educational institution in the Calvardian capital of Edith. Okay, so it seems like with my one-sentence introduction to this one and having seen the other one, these are just really bridging us to the next arc, yeah? Aramis, okay. Aramis. Are you sure Air? Wouldn't it be Aramis? Eh, maybe. Okay, Aramis, whatever. Basically, it's the last thing you wanted. Set up for Kuro. This is nice. Can't escape school. Wait. We better not have fucking high schoolers again in the next arc. I'm gonna be pissed. No. Okay, hype ruined. Alright, it's in the capital of Edith. Or Edith, I don't know. You expect to not have high schoolers in an anime? No, I'm okay with high school age characters. I just didn't want a school setting again. Like, I expected to always be high school main characters, you know? I mean, because Estelle and Josh were 16 when they started, right? But they weren't school students. They were traveling around as bracers. Cold Steel will never die. Oof. Well, alright. At least I'm gonna be mentally prepared for the next game. Okay. The name derives from an artist central to Calvard's democratic revolution 100 years ago, Aramis. This was also reflected in its goal of nurturing new talents and helping to forge a brighter future for a new republic. You had school started. We went to school for literally like 10 seconds, man. You know what I mean. School setting. It wasn't a school setting. Cold Steel was all a school setting except for Cold Steel 4. But it all revolved around the fact that they were classmates. You know? Alright, the Academy placed great value on traditional education, of course, but it also encouraged the perspectives of new cultures and values, attracting many an independent mind from across the Muria. It was a storied place of learning that reflected the Republic's views as a whole. This story, for its part, begins not long after the Springtime Festival held yearly to welcome the new student body. Oh, they have a yearly festival as well. Oh boy. I'm not gonna lie, I'm deeply disappointed if that's actually the setting of the next game. Is just like a school again. It was just another morning at the academy, countless students shuffling through its grounds, when one of them in particular happened to draw an unusual amount of attention. Are you jumping to that conclusion? I shouldn't, you're right. I guess I'm jumping to the conclusion because of chat. But maybe I'm interpreting things wrong. The settings could be a hot springs by your logic. No, you're right. You're right. Zach is scared, that is why. Yeah, I feel like I'm being attacked right now. Hot springs didn't turn out like you thought it would? True. True. I was just another morning at the academy, countless students shuffling through its grounds, when one of them in particular happened to draw an unusual amount of attention. The young lady had long, soft violet hair crowned with a black ribbon. Ren, that you? Her figure had been cut very respectably as she matured into a young woman of 17 years. Ren? And yet her face still held traces of girlhood days bygone. Beauty she was, she never failed to turn inquisitive heads as she strolled along. Ah. Strange. We have, wait, did that not take a screenshot? Hello? No! My screenshots! They're not working. Hold. She's so big now? It's only been 1 year. We don't gotta say she's so big now. Well, that's annoying. There we go. Ah, it worked that time. Okay. Zach needs to, it worked that time. We're fine. But on your controller should work? What on your controller takes screenshots? Kitty hacked your screenshot? Apparently. So we have Ren. Interesting. Her name was Ren Bright. She was a second-year student from Yenis Royal Academy in Liberal, now studying at Aramis as part of an exchange program. This is weird. She had only just arrived in the spring. Ren's goal in attending was not to further her education. She had been considered highly gifted since she was a child, having already earned several doctorates in years past, and there was little more a new academy could reasonably teach her. Her goal, in reality, was to use it as a front to operate freely in Calvard. It was hard to find one better than being a student. She already found the role relatively foolproof during her time at Yenis. Even if there were limits to how much a student could get away with, society as a whole was soft on school children. Fair. To move freely would also require drawing as little attention as possible. Well, this already sets up Ren as a returning character. That's cool. She aimed to conduct herself modestly, as any elegant young lady who wished to remain unseen should during her time at Aramis. Ren's now Calvardian, just like the Tita is Erebonian. Just splitting up our liberal people more and more. Chat display is gone. Yeah, it's broken. I tried to get it to work. Sucks. Okay, there's just one very big problem with this plan. Good morning, Miss Bright. Isn't she just gorgeous? Look, I see her. She stands out too much. She's so beautiful, and everyone says she's just as smart, too. All she had to do was walk down the hall to be showered with greetings and whispers of envy and admiration. Her looks alone were already enough to make her the talk of the school, but after one of the teachers let slip that she received a perfect score on her entrance exam, there was suddenly not a single person who didn't know her name. Ren's 2 peak, apparently. The other students cared not how much she wanted to avoid drawing attention. She was getting it whether she liked it or not. Naturally, not everyone was pleased with the booming popularity this new transfer student had attained in less than a month. While most were busy fawning over Ren's arrival that morning, another group watched the charade unfold from the shadows, echoing audible tuts of displeasure. You can see why they changed English VAs, by the way? I can? Why? Because she's older and gonna show up in more stuff? Ren had yet to be enrolled in any club, so as soon as the day's lessons had come to an end, she packed her belongings and stood to leave. A word, if I may, Miss Bright. It was a fellow classmate surrounded by a small faction of students clearly loyal to their king bee. Ren's always been the main character. Well, one of them. Her and Olivier, but it looks like it switched to Ren for good now. There we go. Screenshot's working. Hell yeah. Certainly. Though instinct told her this was not going to be a conversation she wanted to have, she made an effort to pretend otherwise. She would not be provoked into behaving as anything but a mature, modest young lady. I've been wanting to get to know you better for some time now. You see, so I was wondering if you might join me for dinner this evening. The boy, Ronald Griffith, presented a gentlemanly smile. Ren was very much used to being asked out like this, and never once did she accept. She always made up some excuse to turn them down. Today would be no different. It's a new patty cakes? I'm ever so sorry, but I'm afraid I have something urgent to take care of after school today. Some other time, perhaps. This was usually enough to get them to give up, but Ronald was a persistent one. Well, that won't do. I have something very important to discuss with you, and I've already booked us a table at a very fine restaurant so we could discuss it in detail. Is there really no way your business can wait? There was something ominous about his smile. Ren couldn't help but be curious what he was thinking. I mean, Ren's a teaser, but given her history, I'm not surprised she doesn't want to date. Yeah, yeah, no kidding. That's another huge growth step she would have to go through, you know what I mean? That maybe she wouldn't ever go through, I don't know. Alright, I'm afraid it can't. I'm so sorry after you've gone out of your way to prepare ahead of time. Still, I could spare a little time now, so I'd be happy to talk here if that's alright. So, not tonight then. A pity. Ronald's tone read one less of genuine sadness and more irritation that things were not going according to plan. Well aware that he let slip his true feelings on the matter, he quickly composed himself and smiled. Ren's about to murder this guy? This poor guy doesn't know what he's getting into. Or maybe he does. You know, maybe he's got some secret we don't know about. Now is better than never, I suppose. This does concern everyone in the room, so perhaps it's all for the better said here. To this, Ren glanced around the room, noticing that only she, Ronald, and his lackeys were all who remained. Most were likely on their way home or in their respective clubs. While some would have ordinarily been in the classroom at this hour, she was certain none wanted anything to do with Ronald and his group. He took a step toward her and then began to speak. I'm well aware, Miss Bright, that you've come all the way from distant Liberal to be here. It's not unusual for students to transfer from afar for family reasons. But I hear in your case you came to Calvard just to learn in these hallowed halls. I cannot help but deeply admire your spirit and thirst for knowledge. Pure theatrics, this one. At the same time, I worry about you, brilliant you may be, but living alone in a far-off land must be terribly lonely and challenging affair. We all need someone to depend on in our lives. That would be especially so in your situation. So if you don't mind me saying, Miss Bright, I believe you're in need of someone to look after you. To protect you. Oh, you poor man. At last he shut up, giving Ren a chance to respond. She scrutinized him closely. In short, you'd like for me to join your circle of friends, correct? This poor asshole has no idea who he's dealing with. What's up, Dark? Not at all. What an idiot. I mean, you know, you can't blame him. Who would expect this new hot girl showing up to be, you know, who she really is? Alright, in short, you'd like for me to join your circle of friends, correct? Ronald's smarmy smile broadened. His father was a senator in the Republic's parliament, meaning he held a significant amount of political power. His son used this to his full advantage, ever since joining the academy. Ronald had used his father's name to form a faction of sorts among the students, forcibly building his reputation until he was a leading candidate for student council president in the election staged in half a month's time. That's a long sentence. His goal, Ren assumed, was to bring the hottest talk of the academy into his faction to further secure his chances of victory. I think you'll find that joining us would help you feel much more secure and at home here. Or perhaps you don't yet appreciate just how much of a difference having someone like me backing you would make on the life of an exchange student. Haven't you learned, Zach? I know better. Crimson, I know. True, she mused inwardly. Being in a group of high social standing would make it easier for her to gather information. If she could leverage his father's connections to build more of her own, that would pay itself in dividends in the days to come. Oh. The pompous boy had no way of knowing the actual circumstances that brought her to Aramis, whatever, fuck it. But his proposal was, in fact, very beneficial to her. She returned his smile with a modest one of her own as she answered. You're kind to think so much of me, but I'm afraid I'll have to decline. Clear, unambiguous rejection. Ronald's lips were still curled into a smile, but he could not hide the twitch in his brow, nor could his lackeys hide their shock. They had, by all accounts, expected her to answer the opposite. Are you sure you won't reconsider, Miss Bright? Surely someone as brilliant as yourself can see why accepting my offer would be in your best interest. I fear if you don't now, you may, well, come to regret it. The last words were a hair slower and deliberate to intimidate her. Boo this man, this guy's an idiot. Ren, of course, was never going to fall for it. I'll admit it is a tempting proposal. Tempting enough to inspire one to consider helping a certain someone win the student council election. If only that someone weren't you. Oof. What did you just say? The sudden taunt caught him completely off guard, resulting in a flare of irritation escaping him. Ren, for her part, was unruffled by the change. Oof. I don't know which one's talking. So that's my only issue with these. Imagine you don't need me to explain why, but I will to be sure. I've been very aware that the threatening glares I always attract on the way to school every morning have been coming from all of you. They've been a constant in my life ever since before the festival. All were flabbergasted by the statement, their silence confirming what she said to be true. She continued. Now, you have every right to regard me with caution. I'm well aware of how much I stand out despite my best efforts. Taking potential threats under my own wing is a strategically sound move, too. However, that your target was so easily able to see through your scheme shows everyone here just how inept you really are. Ooh. I have better things to do than assist someone so incompetent and small-minded. With a shrug and sigh in a somewhat dramatic fashion, Ren stood before Ronald, his shoulders trembling from rage. Good day to you all. Ren gave a courteous nod of acknowledgement before leaving the room, paying no mind to the wide eyes and open slack jaws she had left behind. Get him, Ren! Fuck yeah. So Tita's like calling Ren right here. So Agate ended up getting pretty beat up from another one of Mom's crazy jobs she threw at him. We did get some good data out of it, but ouch. Your mom is always so funny. That night in the dormitory, Ren and Tita were engrossed in deep conversation through their laptops. Oh, look at Tita. So cute. I love that they always start each image with no text on it, so you can get a nice look, uninterrupted. The Tita Discord calls, older post-grad Tita, hell yeah. Has she graduated at this point? I know it's April. Is that after their graduation would have been in that year? Yeah, okay. This is April, so yeah, okay. I couldn't remember like when exactly, like what month they finished their school year. She's a year older than Ren. She's 18 now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, I guess the age was already uh-oh territory for Japan or whatever. Legal, Zach. Now I can make my own jokes, though. The SSS no longer has to open up. True. Yikes. Alright, let's see what they're talking about, though. But it's always same old with all of you. Surprised there's anything of Agate left with how often you tell me she has him nearly facing death. You two are in a rut. I know something that could spice things up. Maybe try adding a little romance to the mix, like a couple of bright-eyed lovebirds we know. Bright-eyed? But we have agreed to go somewhere next week, so we're not in a complete rut. Oh no, the relationship's actually progressing. Well, isn't that something? The stairs to adulthood await you, my dear friend. Ren! Tita graduated from the branch campus in Erebonia just as Ren left for Calvard, leaving them no time to spend with one another in person. Aw. That wasn't ideal, of course, but from a hint of sadness came the habit of talking like this once a week so they could stay in each other's lives. Aw, I love it. I love that they're like besties. Ren knows all about the stairs to adulthood. Oof, I'm surprised she can even like joke about these things. Best friends. They discussed anything from their new lives and environments to the fruits of their research, occasionally stumbling into a serious topical matter or two along the way. Can we ban Pork? No, I need him for right now. Maybe after today. Ren made the joke herself. Alright. I don't know who's saying this. Sounds like a legal confrontation between the Verne Company and Epstein Foundation is inevitable at this point. I know. I can't believe this is really happening. Both frowned at their screens. A recent development concerning the Calvardian industrial giant Verne Company had become a key source of concern for them of late. Well, of course the Verne Company is going to play a huge role in the next arc. And whoever's the Epstein person from... I can't remember the disciple. Hamilton? Is Hamilton the right name? T.O. T.O.'s the best. T.O.'s the best. Hamilton, yes? Hamilton, okay. You can also click the button instead of wondering. About what? It began soon after Crossbow returned to normalcy after the Supreme Leader's takeover the previous year. Professor Erica Russell approached the Verne Company to propose that they join the West Amurian Tech Union that they had been hard at work forming. Oh, that person on the right's probably Hamilton. I didn't even see that person. Alright, it's no one's surprise they refused. But before Erica and the rest of the engineers involved could even finish getting ready to go and change Verne's mind, something happened to make the Union the least of anyone's priorities. The independent development of a new generation of ordnance and their generations-long partner in this subset of technology, the Epstein Foundation, would not be a collaborator. Oh. But wait. But wasn't Tio a part of that? Why would she... Why? The latter had been key supporters of Zemuria's orbital development and orbital technology in general since their very inception. You're reading it backwards? I am? Verne is refusing to work with Epstein. Oh, I thought it was Epstein refusing to work with with everyone else. Oh, I get it. So they're not because of Verne? I don't know. Let me keep reading. The latter had been key supporters of Zemuria's orbital development and orbital technology in general since the very inception. Battle orbits were no exception to this. The Foundation had known their way around them since the very first model, drafting the incredible concept that had been used as a base ever since. Even the Rhineford Company, before the Battle of Jormungand, had not thought to develop their Arcus models on their own, instead fearing to develop them in partnership with the Storied Institute. The announcement was, quite simply, unprecedented, and it sent shockwaves throughout the industry. Wait, no, I read it right. So they were trying to get the Verne Company to join the Tech Union, but the Epstein Foundation said they're not gonna collaborate now? Verne is making Battle Orbit independently. Nothing to do. Verne's going solo. Then why the fuck are they saying anything about Epstein? It literally says the independent development of a new generation of ornaments and their generation's long partner in the subset of technology, the Epstein Foundation would not be a collaborator. Ah, whatever. I don't fucking care. Doesn't matter. Whatever you guys say, in the end, Vern Company's making their own. Whatever. Who cares? Epstein Foundation was also less than pleased about being cast aside in this manner. Ah. While there were certainly legal concerns regarding who owned the patent to this technology, the greater concern was their stable position in the industry as a whole was now becoming unstable. It's not difficult to understand. Well, it is for me, asshole, so I don't know what to tell you. They initially responded by attempting to resolve this through peaceful means, but when those attempts proved fruitless, it was reported that they were preparing for what could only be an ugly international legal dispute. I'd say Vern has the upper hand if this ever makes it to court. Unlike their previous Ramda orbaments, this 6th generation design is set a whole new standard. All of its main features are packed with new tech, with some new features still being kept under wraps. I wonder what those are. What could they be trying to develop that's important enough to ruin the relationship with the Foundation? I understand the context now, but I don't know why they said it in the order that they did. Alright, though I've heard about the government telling the Vern Company to focus more on weapons development. I have too. It sounds like they're planning to significantly revamp the military's weaponry. Official story is that they're planning on slimming the military down, but if they're pairing that with the latest in weapons development, then they're still just as powerful, maybe more so. Translation be weird. Like, you'd think they would have said that Vern Company was not... Yeah, whatever. It doesn't fucking matter. I understand the context now, so that's all that matters in the end. As part of the war's ceasefire agreement, Erebony was required to downsize their military, bringing it more in line with that of Calvard's. Yet if the Republic were to expand the capabilities of its military, this recently formed equilibrium in superpowers would be quickly broken. Sorry, rereading this real quick. If the Republic were to expand the capabilities of its military, this recently formed equilibrium in superpowers would be quickly broken. Betrayal. He's the Calvardian Osborne. Whatever may be true, I've got a lot of questions I need to answer, too. Maybe it would be worth visiting the Vern Company's headquarters in Basel at some point. Another area. You haven't learned anything more about where Professor Hamilton is at the moment, right? Nothing new or concrete, at least. It sounds like she's continuing her research eastward, but I haven't heard anything more specific than that. Mom and Grandpa haven't had any luck in contacting her either. Not surprised, since that area isn't very well connected, but it's still unfortunate. She's a lot more personable than Professor Schmidt, so having her on our side would help a lot. Tita could only laugh. Yeah, there's a lot of worrying stories going around now about PMCs and stuff like that. Makes me wonder if none of this would even be happening if she was still acting as an advisor for the Vern Company. Oh, she's not anymore. I see. PMCs? Jaeger's going corporate? I don't even know what PMC stands for. Private military company? Something like that? Hey, I guessed it right. The deeper into the conversation they went, the more Tita could feel her spirits sinking. Play more Metal Gear? I have played 0 Metal Gear. Like Blackwater? I don't know what Blackwater is either. Is that a real life thing? Real life, yes. Like, I know stuff like that exists in real life, I just don't know their names. They were infamous during the war in Iraq? Really? Yeah, I know nothing about that. Interesting. Alright, deeper into conversation they went, the more Tita could feel her spirits sinking. Wait, but... Are PMCs are just Jaegers, right? Like, or is there actually a distinction between the two? With corporation suits? There's an actual difference? Okay, so they are a different thing. To me, it's just you're hiring people to fight wars for you or do military type stuff, and like that's what both did. So it's like okay, I guess I get it. It's just more formal, I guess, in a way. Alright, the deeper in the conversation they went, the more Tita could feel her spirits sinking. Political climate in western Zemuria was unusually stable at the moment, with its nations basking in prosperity. But she could not shake off the feeling that this peace was built over rotting wood, and that it would all come crashing down with but the slightest provocation. This was becoming especially true in the tech world, as it had undergone rapid growth in recent years compared to other fields. So rapid, in fact, that no base could possibly sustain its sudden weight without cracks beginning to form. Yep.
Try not to dwell too much on the worst case scenario, Tita. This peace might rest on a knife's edge. There's still plenty we can do to preserve it. That's why I'm here right now. And that's also why you're working so hard too. We could find a million problems in the world if we wanted, but pessimism isn't going to make them go away, right?
The words filled Tita with the right amount of comfort she needed in that precise moment.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Thanks, Ren.
They continued on, losing track of time as they talked well into the night. Before they knew it, the clock had struck 12. The goat's back, and Lloyd Bannings can confirm that the Calvert arc is goated. That's good, coming from Lloyd Bannings. Alright. Well, it's getting really late, so I should probably be going. I'll talk to you soon, okay?
Alright, good night, Tita.
Night. Oh! Tita suddenly remembered something. The exclamation stopped Ren just as she was about to end the call. Any barriers in Calvert? Probably not. That's why Lloyd's not there. He was already in Calvert. He took care of all those previously, Blunt. I wonder... It's a shame they never gave a name to who's, what his aunt and uncle or whoever he was staying with, what their names were, because now we can't really like look for them in the next arc. They didn't even tell us his parents' names. True, but we knew his brother, Guy. He was in Altair briefly. Is that where he was staying with relatives? Altair? I mean, to be fair, we found Ellie's mom. That's true. That's true. There's a chance. There's obviously a chance. I wonder if they'll include that or not. It'd just be a nice little nod to Lloyd. Alright, Estelle and Joshua told me to ask if you're doing okay in school. Those two always worry too much. You'd think I wasn't talking to them too. She couldn't help but remember her interaction with Ronald after class, but Ren quickly drove the thought from her mind. It wasn't worth dredging up. If he ends up in Calvert, they won't make it ambiguous. Oh yeah, they'll point it out, because that's what Trails does. Just like with Ellie's mom, like Crimson said. You know who we can really look for in Calvert, though? Ellie's dad. True. I can't remember what his name was, though. Damn it, I already forgot. They mentioned it like a few times now. Ryan. Okay, I gotta look for a Ryan, man. we do gotta punch him. Ren's popular. Josh and Estelle don't need to worry. True. Popular kids got it easy. Used to be an adventure like you, Van, until I took a bullet in the knee. Punch him in the face first time you see him. Oh, he'll get it. Someone's getting punched in the face when we go to Calvert, that's for sure. I don't know who. There are a lot of Ryans in Calvert, so you gotta watch out. Oh no, there can't be. But Lloyd Bannings would know.
Alright. Tell them they can rest easy. Everything's fine. Good. They wanted me to let them know if you were being bullied so they could fly over and help.
Tita, I think Ren can take care of herself. No bully's gonna be getting to her. Ren can only sigh.
Honestly, do they think I can't keep myself from a few schoolyard bullies? Actually, they said
they said they were more worried about what you do to them than what they do to you. That's fair. That's fucking fair. She just says ... I love it. At her friend's silence, Tita couldn't help but burst out laughing.
I worry about you too, obviously, but they're probably right. How awful of you. Even if that were to happen to me, I wouldn't do half of what you're imagining. Not anymore, anyway.
See? It's saying that kind of thing that makes people worry.
I'm a lady now. I need the magnanimity to forgive the transgressions of others. I'm also trying to do what I can to avoid standing out too much at school.
You can try, but I think that's always been a lost cause. Anyway, now I'm really going to go before I remember anything else. Say hi to Zin for me if you run into him. Yeah. Damn, we're gonna get 2 of the OG Skycast back. Zin and Ren? Oh shit. Zin name dropped? Well, it's been dropped a few times. But this time I have faith. We will see him. It's inevitable. Zin's gonna be like a fucking all-star. It's gonna be great. He was A rank back in fucking FC. He's gonna be so strong. It's gonna be great. It's inevitable. Exactly. I even miss Zin a little bit. Still waiting for Kevin. We're never getting Kevin.
I'm planning to go see him when everything calms down here, so will do. Been meaning to go and see someone else I've been indebted to in the past too.
I don't know. Just don't know who she would be talking about. It's gotta be... I don't know. By the time the 2 of them had finished talking and ended the call, one day had given way to the next. I mean, it's gotta be someone from her past, so either Ouroboros... It's gotta be someone from Ouroboros? Or like... Jorg or whatever. That's about all that it could be, but Jorg wouldn't be here, right? Unless something happened off screen. Something could have happened off screen, like at any point, like during Cold Steel Crossbell arcs. So, yeah. Just a mystery, just kind of like brainstorming, you know? The morning dawned yet another day of school. However, just as she left her classroom in the main building at the start of lunch and went to descend the staircase, she felt someone suddenly draw near from behind her. Reflexively, she dodged out of the way. A female student then entered her field of vision. She had lost her balance, her expression a mix of fear and surprise. She passed through the spot Ren had been moments before, but her momentum showed no sign of fading. As someone didn't stop her, she was going to start tumbling down the stairs. Ren was quick to grab her and pull her close. Oh baby. She supported the girl's weight with one arm, with all the grace of someone taking part in a ballroom dance, saving her from falling. Several students happened to witness the event unfold and could not help but elicit gasps of admiration. Noticing that the girl's eyes were still unfocused, Ren gently addressed her. Ren's gonna get all the girls worked up too now, God.
Are you alright? You aren't hurt, are you?
Finally realizing the situation she was in, the girl whose face had become quite red quickly straightened her posture in a fluster.
Yes, I'm okay. You're Ren Bright from the next class over, aren't you? Thank you so much for helping me. You're very welcome. But I would have to caution you from losing your composure like that right next to a staircase. Do you have some really urgent business to take care of?
The girl first frowned in response, then paused to think, then answered.
Nothing I can think of. It's weird, but even though it was probably my imagination, it felt like someone had pushed me from behind.
Obviously, no one here would do that, so I... Oh, sorry.
Obviously no one here would do that, so I must have just bumped into someone by accident.
She thanked her rescuer again before disappearing into the distance. Situations she had deemed her imagination, however, lingered in Ren's mind. Weird. I mean, so it seemed like to me that this girl was about to try to push Ren down the steps, but then Ren dodged and had to save her ass. Maybe not, though. Maybe not.
If I hadn't sensed something was amiss, both of us would have fallen down the stairs. We could have been badly hurt.
Well, maybe not push her. Just take her with her.
Was it really just a coincidence, or was it a deliberate action by someone who wants to hurt me?
Oh, so that girl got pushed too. Okay, I understand.
If it was the latter...
She didn't have anything to support this theory, but with it came a familiar sensation. She was just collateral. Yep. She was not in on it. The feeling of malicious stares focusing... Wait. She didn't have anything to support this theory, but with it came a familiar sensation. The feeling of malicious stares focusing on her from the shadows. It took surprisingly little time for suspicions to gain evidence. After finishing gym class the next day, Ren made for the classroom and began preparing for her next lesson. As she did, she immediately noticed something was amiss. Obviously, it's Dickbag who got rejected and his goonies trying to take her out now, I think. All of her textbooks had been glued shut with an excessive amount of adhesive. Dickbag and goonies, yep. Try as she did to open them, it was a lost cause to get to even a single page. It was an obvious attempt to harass her. Ronald McDonald with his not-so-happy meal, yep. The culprits behind the act were equally obvious. Not far from where Ren was sitting, Ronald Griffith and his lackeys, whom she so memorably turned away 2 days prior, were snickering to themselves. Their eyes mockingly focused on Ren all the while.
They're not even interested in hiding what they're like anymore. I'm sure at this point they want me to know who did it to intimidate me.
This latest development also confirmed in her mind that they were responsible for trying to push her down the stairs the day before. Yep. Calvert fan 69. That's you, Sleep. That's you. What a pitiful sight they were. Because she refused to join their group, her existence was, in their eyes, now nothing more than a hindrance to Ronald's campaign for student council president. Oh, that's you, Saibo? Oh, my bad. They would stop at nothing to either break her spirit and force her to join, or shame her into lowering her popularity among the student body. It didn't matter that Ren had no interest in taking part in the election. This guy's just petty? Yeah, blue karma. It's pretty embarrassing on his part. I'm sure Ren's gonna end up putting him in his place even more now. It's unfortunate. If he had just let her go, he wouldn't have to get his ass handed to him, but it's probably coming. You're a big fan of Calvert's water. I heard it has great properties. Huh. I thought it was Crossbell's water that had the enhancing properties. He asked for it? Yeah. Alright, after further investigating the state of her textbook, Ren's expression grew difficult to read.
I think I can make them usable again, but not in what little time I have left before class.
The bell soon chimed to signal the start of her lesson. He's gonna go to a tea party? Ren left her textbooks out on top of her desk, making no effort to open them throughout. Her instructor was, of course, less than pleased about this perceived slight against them, picking her to answer a question as an attempt to chide her poor behavior. Ren's gonna know the answer, though.
Miss Bright, please read the next paragraph aloud for us.
Oof. Unless she's got the book memorize, she can't do that. Ronald and his friends let out a series of pleased giggles at this, their minds delighting at the thought of a flustered Ren being told off and humiliated in front of the entire class. Risha didn't grow up with Crossbell water, that's true. But Ellie did. Kind of. I think she grew up completely in Crossbell. I don't remember her backstory completely. Alright, let's see what Ren does. But what transpired in reality played out very differently from their fantasies. Without missing a beat, Ren did exactly as she was told, reciting the selected paragraph she had been asked to read word for word. Damn! What exactly is a pleased giggle? That kind of bullshit. And all while her textbook remained closed. Fucking little asshole high school children. Ellie grew up in Crossville, but she also sampled water from around the world. Clip that. Do it. I'll use it as a thing. Alert or something. Did you memorize the entire book? Even the instructor could not hide their surprise.
But of course, as a student of Aramis Academy, I would never dare to compromise in preparing for my lesson. Ren responded with such grace that she, of course, drew in more sighs and coos of admiration for both her instructor and peers alike. Oh, this dude's gonna be pissed. It was only Ronald and his posse who groaned with sullen expressions. Where's our art? Where's the still images? Come on! Next incident came on Ren's way to school the next morning. She entered the school gates with the horde of other students and was just about to step into the building when she noticed a foul smell coming from above her. There you go. Biss got you. Budget ran out. They used all of it for Reen's part. Apparently, we got like 2 or 3 images and now we get nothing for the rest of it. Budget went to Northern War. Fuck. Alright, so there's a smell coming from above her. She looked upward, noticing a portion of the fencing surrounding the building's rooftop was falling directly above her. Portion of the fencing? Why would the fencing have a foul smell? Unless it was like the person pushing it or something. Other students noticed at the same time, letting out screams of horror and worries they could do nothing about. I could get out of the way easily if I wanted, but...
The fencing was over 2 arch in length. She could escape unharmed, but the other students around her would likely not. That was a risk she was unwilling to take. Grasping the battle ornament hidden in her bag, she cried out. Airstrike! A sphere of wind formed in response to her incantation, flying upward at high speeds. She carefully controlled its power so that instead of sending the fence flying, it simply canceled out its momentum instead. She should have cried out Albion Wolf. Yep, it must not be the Ren I'm building. Ixion Bolt might have been overkill. Yeah. Fake Ren. Alright, canceled out all the momentum instead, allowing her to hop and catch it with ease.
This was no accident. The smell makes it obvious.
It was the distinct scent of a liquid extracted from a certain plant monster. One of its properties was to imitate the natural corrosion of metal, resulting in its application in certain solvents. Okay, that was the smell. This made the fence falling a deliberate action the perpetrator had been trying to disguise as an accident, and with Ren having been the target of several malicious acts already, the culprit was clear. Again, she could feel the presence of those familiar hateful stares pouring into her from the shadows. But again as well, they were not the only ones with eyes on her. Whoa! That was awesome! Did you see that? Is there anything she can't do? Ren's quiet meditation was disrupted by a multitude of cheers and applause from all around her. Ren's becoming the most popular person in school, while trying to not be the most popular person in school. And thus she gets more popular, yep. She cannot stay under the radar, it's impossible. As if she were a performer just about to leave the stage, she gave an elegant bow in response. Oh my. Hope you have friends around you like Ren as her hype men, right? We all need some hype men like that. This would not be the last time she endured harassment from Ronald's group, but each and every time they thought they bested her, she would handle herself with exemplary skill, their efforts only serving to make her more popular. The state of affairs continued for several more days before seemingly out of patience Ronald summoned Ren behind the school building after lessons were over for the day. He stood oppressively before her, his lackeys behind him. With the composure he attempted to feign before, now replaced by a plain vile anger. Give us an image, come on. Finally! Let me give it to you straight, Ren Bright. You are an eyesore. Even that gentlemanly air he impersonated before was gone. I know, smug Ren now.
Really? Well, that's not a very polite thing to say to a classmate.
Don't try and act cute and innocent. I put too much damn time and mirror into building my position up at this academy. But who's always at the center of attention instead? It's you. It's always you. It's like you're deliberately trying to sabotage my chances of success, and that's the last thing I can afford right now. The more livid Ronald became, the more unruffled Ren was in turn.
You're only sabotaging yourself by setting me up to succeed over and over again. You are aware of that, aren't you?
Oh, man. I love it. Motherfucker, you played yourself. Had she not been forced to defend herself against him over and over again, she would not have received nearly as much attention. True. This being pointed out caused Ronald to return an audible tut of frustration. Who cares how it happens? The point is, this has gone on long enough. So, I'm going to have to ask you to step off the stage for a while.
What do you mean?
Ronald seemed to present some of his initial cool from when they first talked as he answered. I mean something very simple. You just won't come to school until the election is over.
And if I refuse?
To this he raised a hand, and in response, his lackeys stepped forward to surround her. The boys were unusually well built for their age, showing off their hulking forms in hopes of intimidating her. Refusing is not an option, I'm afraid. If you aren't going to oblige me willingly, we will just have to make it so you can't come to school for a while. His lackeys cracked their knuckles dramatically to clarify their leader's intent.
Well, that's no good. I think we both know that would constitute a grave violation of the school rules.
Something about her inflection caused him to mistake her commentary as showing a hint of fear, further fueling their desire to dominate the situation. No one's watching a place like this, and even if someone did happen to see, my father's a politician. He can make it go away. If they don't willingly choose to ignore what they saw in deference to my position, that is, everyone at this academy seems to already know their place, you see. Everyone except you. His smile then was so unpleasant that a sigh escaped Ren.
Oh, I think you're the one who doesn't know your place. I don't want to be rough with him after what Tita said, but he needs to be taught a good, hard lesson.
Ronald continued on, oblivious to what was running through his apparent victim's mind. Now, do as I say. His lackeys drew closer, readying to seize her.
Oh, keep it mild, but I still want this to hurt for them. Just enough to set them on the right track. I don't think Estelle or Joshua would object to that.
But just as she was about to act... Stop this at once! Oh, it's a girl. A girl's shout could be heard from the direction of the school building. She was, of course, not shouting at Ren. And who are you? Ronald was visibly irritated, though the girl appeared to be visibly nervous. She continued to stand her ground. Look at this girl stepping up. I mean, I too wanted to see Ren put the hurt on these guys and teach them a lesson, but, you know, she got a fan. We'll take it. Oh. Okay. Is this the girl who got pushed down the stairs or a different one?
I didn't mean to listen in, but I couldn't help but overhear what was happening here. You can't go through with this. What you're doing is wrong.
The girl stepped forward till she was directly in front of Ren to protect her from her schoolyard bullies. As she did so, the light revealed sleek, dazzling blonde hair that shimmered, much like the sunshine above. Oh. Ren recognized her to be the first-year student who lived in the dormitory next to her own. Sure this girl would never be relevant? Never be relevant? Nah, no way. Neither will Ren. Don't worry. They weren't close to one another. At most, they only exchanged polite greetings with one another as they passed each other in the hall. She always seemed like a quiet, polite young woman with good upbringing. However, not the type whose eyes would glow with resolve as she put her well-being on the line for someone else's. Doesn't even have her face drawn. I mean, the way you guys are joking, unfortunately, make me think, oh, this is a main character from the next game. But we'll see, we'll see. I won't try to assume anything. Ren was surprised by this, as was Ronald, though he was less than impressed. He never fathomed that another student would dare to resist him. One thing he did sense was that her resistance was little more than a brave front. With excitement at the thought of stripping that front bare, he grew a sadistic smile and addressed her.
Is it now? Oh, how fortunate for me that I have you to show me the error of my ways.
Ren can wait.
You're a first year, I assume. Going to need to give you a lesson on just how right and wrong works in our society.
Upon a signal, his lackeys shifted to surround their new target over Ren. She began to tremble as danger closed in on her, but still she did not move.
Don't you dare!
This time it was Ren who spoke up.
I'll give you what you want, so don't you dare touch her. But...
You sure about that? Bum, bum. She wasn't planning on that response, but Ronald was more than happy to have his win in any form.
I'll stay away from school for a while. That's what you want, right? But then you... The experience of studying abroad has been rather tiring for me, so maybe I do need some rest.
Ren's voice was gentle in an attempt to assuage the kind girl's concerns. Ronald, meanwhile, made no attempt to hide the joy he felt at victory, laughing heartily with all glee of a spoiled child. Good, now everyone knows their place here. Guys, I would very much like to not know if these characters are for sure in the next game and all that. So please refrain from any Daybreak and future comments. Unless it's just speculation. I see no reason to harm either of you now that I've got what I want. Consider yourselves lucky now that I've decided to let you go. Oh, you're good, Lloyd. I don't care that much, but just for future reference. I think Cassius will be in the next game like usual. There you go, good speculation, Blue Karma. Ronald turned away and made to leave, his lackeys following suit. Good day to you then. When we next meet, the school will be all mine. Fair enough, Talifer. Fair enough. Alright, then he was gone. With only the girls left behind the school building, the younger of the two looked up at her senior, concern swelling in her expression. Well, this girl has a good heart, but Ren really didn't need the help. Damn it.
I really am alright. You're very kind to worry.
Ren's smile was one of genuine kindness. From then on, Ren did indeed stop coming to school, citing illness as the official reason behind her absence. Man, that's crazy. She should just beat their asses a little later and continue doing what she wanted. Yeah, the girl saved those guys? Yep. The students then gathered... Wait, did I miss something? No? The students then gathered in the Academy's auditorium several days later for the long-awaited Student Council election. Aramis Academy as a whole placed great importance on the autonomy of its students, and as such, the Student Council exercised an unusual amount of power. And then, you know, Thor's branch campus has had fucking Ash as Student Council president, and he just didn't even want to be there. Alright, it also weighed upon them a massive amount of responsibility, such as being the sole planner for the Academy's festival, a symbol and celebration of spring in the capital. This, however, also led to a position being a major status symbol, even long after graduation. Ah, that's okay. All of this was why a large number of students put their names forward to become the Student Council president every year. It's interesting how a different country's culture affects these things that we have in, that we've seen in, you know, another country. Like people caring about student council a lot, or like how it would help them in the future, you know? The world building Trails does is really cool, essentially. Alright, all this is why a large number of students put their name forward to become student council president every year. Yet this year, a great majority of the most promising candidates dropped out under mysterious circumstances, leaving only Ronald and others associated with him on the ballot. I couldn't exactly boast winning by default. Ronald and his supporters sat in the rest area, chuckling among themselves at the whole affair. Perhaps his name wasn't the only one on the ballot, but none of the others had done any certifiable campaigning, meaning his election was positively assured. If you went to a really rich school, it might be more prestigious to be student council president than rural public school. But either way, it would look decent on resumes. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Are you talking like real life, Pork? Because definitely. I mean, student council president's like it's a big thing to put on like college applications for sure. You know? I think regardless of what school you come from. Unless this is the equivalent of college for them. I guess that's a question. Is this the equivalent of college, or is this high school? It's high school, right? Because age is like 18 and younger. So it's gotta... Yeah, high school, okay. Because they go to their church school up until however old they get. Till they can go to high school, I guess. They called it high school directly? Okay. Okay, fair enough. Until 16, they go to the church school. Alright, anyway. Also, question, random, maybe random, but you remember was it a school in Roar that, you know what I'm talking, that we first met Schmidt at? Was that a school also? Or what was that place? There's like Roar Institute, the university. So that would be the equivalent of a college, right? Would they go there after the high school? I don't know how their education system works, man. I don't know how it works. Sound like a tech school. Ah, okay. Interesting. Because it seemed like everyone graduating from Thor's was like prepared for real life, and they would go do whatever they wanted afterwards. Like, no one talked more about schooling, I don't think. I'm just kind of like thinking of how their educational system works as a whole. There are a lot of old men at the RIT. Alright, anyway, let me get through this. Alright, Ronald and his spurs sat in the rest area, chuckling on themselves at the whole affair. Perhaps his name wasn't the only one on the ballot, but none of the others had done any certifiable campaigning, meaning his election was positively assured. Eventually, time came for him to give his speech. It was a compelling one. He played the part of a respectable young gentleman as he delivered it, speaking with the same silver tongue he inherited well from his father. There were some moments where he failed to hide his arrogance, but as no one else had prepared a speech to give, this was not the blow to his campaign it otherwise would have been. Now, if you could turn your eyes to the screen. The screen he spoke of was at the back of the auditorium. Zemira may have future technology, but society still hasn't advanced on social levels as much. We still have nobles and commoners, etc. If you see going past that as an advancement, yeah, I guess you're right. This was a rather notable feature to have in a school building, to have anywhere. It was installed several years prior. Other nations had yet to indulge in such luxuries, showing just how far ahead Calvert was in its technology. Up until then, students had used it to display photographs during their speeches, but Ronald intended to take it another step further. Yo, Ren's gonna hack this shit and embarrass this man. Or something, right? He wanted to share a promotional video, and not a simple makeshift, self-produced one that might ordinarily be presented by an amateur, rather a professional work he paid a considerable amount of mira for. Its quality was genuinely impressive. His victory was written in stone, but this, he knew, would cement it that much more. Convinced this would serve as the perfect beginning to his ascension to the top of the social hierarchy, he started the video. The musical number it played was rousing, fitting. What followed then was Ronald appearing on screen. So, how much mira do you want for supporting me? I can make it worth your while. Uh-oh, he didn't put this on there. What? The video playing before them was not the one intended. Rather than an inspirational show of what he could bring to the student body. It was a recording of him buying off one of his opponents just days before. A hushed whispers of confusion spread through the auditorium. The next clip played. If you know what's good for you, you'll withdraw your candidacy right now, or the only thing you'll be president of is a hospital bed. Yeah, Ren's just been like getting all the dirt on this guy put together, and now she's clapping him. This is great. Next was an equally unexpected scene of Ronald intimidating another candidate into withdrawing from the race. As it continued, Ronald realized what was going on. Someone out there had replaced his carefully prepared video with another. The initially hesitant whispers exploded into loud enough murmurs that he had to raise his voice over them in his attempt to quell the situation. This is all a forgery! Someone is attempting to frame me! But just at that moment, as if waiting for his cries of denial, a girl's voice resounded from the auditorium's entrance. Oh shit! Doors fly open! Who's standing there in the light?
I'm afraid it is all entirely genuine.
Her voice rang out with a wonderful clarity, charming all who heard it. She ran her hand through her violet hair and flipped it back as she talked and walked slowly toward the stage. This is... I feel like I've seen this exact scene in like multiple anime or something. It's pretty great.
Bribing potential threats, blackmailing, threatening, even executing violence against others, and many other cases of bullying besides.
Objection!
You are guilty on every single count, Ronald Griffith.
Before anyone could fully understand what was happening, the student was on the stage and staring Ronald down. All eyes were fixed upon this elegant figure. Indeed, without any effort at all, she had the air of a protagonist from some epic tale making her long-awaited appearance. Even Falcom called it out. Damn it, Ren Bright! Must you insist on getting in my way at every turn? He growled through a sheet of sheer anger. In contrast, the recently absent Ren responded with brilliant composure.
You are the only one getting in the way of the fair running of this important election. Your countless crimes have made a mockery of the whole process.
Ren then turned from Ronald to the rest of the student body as she continued to list his crimes alongside the still running video. I think this is an interesting story because I'm wondering if this is like a microcosm for how Calvard's government works as a whole and how it could be corrupt and things like bribery and, you know, threatening and all that stuff runs their political system, you know? Some elicited frowns, others sympathy, others complete silence, but by the time she was finished, all were united in a single overpowering emotion. I think I didn't read the first one. Ren turned from Ronald to the rest of the student body as she continues to list the crimes alongside story. Alright. They were all united in a single overpowering emotion of anger.
Brings me no joy to say this about a fellow student, but I'm afraid it must be said. Ronald Griffith, you do not deserve to even attend this prestigious academy, much less be the president of its student council. Similar censure from other students followed in rapid succession.
Yeah, she's right! Stop ruining our academy! You've gone too far! Ren's accusation wasn't the only reason for their anger. The students of Aramis had long loathed Ronald's oppressive behavior. They only hadn't spoken out before because they were afraid of his father's power. Now that they realized he could be stopped, their anger had reached an explosive boiling point. It's pronounced my anus? Okay. My anus. Alright, Ronald suddenly found himself at the center of a torrent of abuse. He looked to his lackeys for support, but even they refused to meet his gaze. Clipped. Fine. You know, whoever... Well, it might have been Blunt. I don't know who posted that thing in Discord about chat and moderators coming together to bully the streamer. But man, it's happening right now. This is bullshit. It was, yeah, asshole. Alright, then dawned on him just how fragile all he thought he built was. Happy to serve. Rage gave way to an instant deep despair, and casting a glare of pure hatred toward Ren, Ronald hurriedly sprinted out of the auditorium. Poor man. He played himself, though. Only when he was completely out of sight did the air erupt with cheers of joy. Woo! In the end, addressing the aftermath of the election took long enough that by the time she left for the gates, it was already evening. Yet even with how late it was, instead of walking her usual route home, she stepped off the path to enter an entirely unoccupied park.
How does this work? No one is going to interrupt us here, so how about you come on out?
Oh shit, what's with this music? Guys, I was hoping to finish this, but I gotta pee really bad, and it's like bothering my concentration, so I'll be right back. I apologize. Alright, I'm back. I got some M&Ms. Alright, we back. What did you say? Cherokun, what are your thoughts on the geopolitical climate of Eastern Zemuria moving forward? Post-Great War ramifications moving forward. Damn, you hit him with the tough one. Poor Cherokun. People try to say I would finish last night. There's no chance. I'm slow as fuck at reading. I cheesed the last fight. Only the last phase. Anyway, alright, let's continue. Alright, in response to her words, Ronald emerged from before her for the first time since he ran away earlier in the day, and with 10 or so companions in tow. He's back, scatter. I love the scatter emote, or yeah, emote I guess is what it would be. Oh, to be fair, Blood, I would say I cheated a little bit there, though I would have made the assumption. I did ask chat if Group C would have the hardest fight. I did ask that. Scatter! I love that one. Look. These men weren't his usual lackeys, but instead vicious figures with dark expressions and gaudy clothing. They were clearly not students of the academy. Uh-oh. He hired some people to take care of her. You didn't have accelerate in the last fight, so you were in a pretty bad position. Is the fight pretty hard if you don't cheese it, guys? The final phase of that boss? Because I literally didn't see it use a single move. So I have no idea. It has an order that gives you so much delay. Oof. You get disordered? Wow. I got so lucky because he didn't even get to use that, right? It just clowns on you after that. About as hard as Azure's. I kind of clapped Azure's though too. 5 times or 10 times? Ugh. The real question is how many turns of delay it is. Tally, you just destroyed it like I did. Cybo. You're probably right. Listen, I respect how everyone plays, but don't bash how I play, you know? On Abyss, the boss can get like 5+ turns in a row and every attack one-shots. Yikes. Damn. Well, like I said, I don't want to be an asshole, but you should always respect, like how let people play how they want to play, you know? So for me, let me do my busted shit, you know? Okay. So he's got some hired people, probably. Alright, more than likely they belong to some local gang. Oh.
You don't keep very good company outside of school now, do you? With how they're dressed up, I assume you must be off to a party or something.
Gonna wipe that smug smirk right off that face for good, Renbright. My dazzling future in politics was guaranteed. But now you've gone and ruined everything. What am I supposed to say to my father now?
That's your problem, not mine. Or are you so small a man that you can't own up to the consequences of your own mistakes?
Not a second passed between his outburst and the manner in which she snapped back, causing his temper to grow twice as vile. That's it! I don't care what it takes! You're going to pay for thinking you could cross me and get away with it. Have at her! There won't be any consequences for going too far. My father will see to that. The men sprung into motion upon Ronald's signal, but what followed made them doubt their eyes. Oh shit. These fools. She just whips out the scythe and fucking destroys them all. Ronald cannot understand what just unfolded before him. His eyes relayed the information well enough, but his mind rejected it completely. The second after he ordered his new lackeys to attack, Ren had produced a monstrously sized black and gold scythe from thin air. This in itself was beyond comprehension, but it wasn't the last thing to be so. You idiots. The scene was like a cat toying with a powerless cornered mouse. Except in the shocking case, Ren was the cat, and his men were the mice. They surrounded her at first, and yet all it took was a single swing of her conjured weapon to cause most of them to collapse to the ground. Ren's was the kitty, yep. How apt. In less than 10 seconds, their confidence had crumbled with their bodies. Fuck. The mice made to scurry as fast as they could, but the cat gleefully gave chase. There were even moments where she let a few think they had gotten away, only for her to immediately close the gap between them. Gosh, she's just fucking playing with them too. Damn. This, I assume we conjured them using spatial magic or arts of sorts. That's my theory. Kept it in her skirt pocket. It was only after she was bored that she would knock them unconscious like the rest. Then she would seek delight in her next hunt. Like heavy sacks of potatoes, the men fell one by one, one by one, one by one, until only Ren and Ronald were left. This can't be happening. The young man was still struggling to come to terms with what he just witnessed as Ren stretched her limbs like a bored child still gearing up to play.
Amateurs. Every last one of them. I thought I could at least have a little fun. Oh, but don't you worry. Didn't actually slaughter them.
She turned her gaze from the spectacle of her own creation to Ronald. Oh shit. Sick.
Would you be open to giving me a little more entertainment perhaps, Ronald?
Ronald twitched in fear at the mention of his name. In this moment, she was now nothing more than a beast in human skin. Stay away from me. My father's in Parliament, you know. Try anything and you'll regret it. Her response was an expression of pure pity, before tossing what appeared to be a magazine at his feet.
It's one of today's tabloids. You might find its contents relevant.
She didn't. What? At first he was baffled by this shift, but the second he peeked at the cover, his face went pale. Damn. Representative Griffith suspected of bribery and connections to organized crime, read the headline in giant, punchy lettering. God, she took down his dad too? Or I'm assuming this is Ren's doing, but maybe not.
There's a whole special feature on your dearest daddy, complete with evidence. It mentions that the CID is going to be conducting an investigation as well. So this may be the last day you can say he's in Parliament. My condolences.
Yeah, he fucked up so bad. God, she took him down and his fucking dad. Oh, Jesus. No. No! So visceral was his shock at the news that the simple word was all he could muster. Even then, Ren wasn't finished. Ren, damn. Deserved, but yeah, Jesus.
So now that he's been removed from the equation, I'll ask again. Would you be open to giving me a little more entertainment?
She edged closer and closer, scythe in hand and a sadistic smile lacing her lips. Ronald tried to retreat in fear before tripping over a rock and falling helplessly on his backside. Right, Saivo? Man. All he could do was watch her as though she were the Grim Reaper, tears and snot streaming down his face. This guy's gonna piss himself.
Be a doll and play with me. Then you'll understand why they used to call me the Angel of Slaughter.
She raised her scythe above her head and ready to swing it downward before realizing what she said.
Oops, a grown woman wouldn't play with dolls though, would she? And here I thought I could better control my childish glee.
She covered her mouth with her free hand, blushing with feminine modesty at her slip-up. None of this was behavior befitting the proper lady she wanted to reflect. After composing herself, she turned her attention back to her prey, only to see he was already unconscious.
Finished?
As she left the park, a calm young man called out to her. Oh. Who's this?
I certainly am.
Ren met eyes with a brown-skinned young man leaning covertly against one of the trees. It was safe to assume he had witnessed the entire affair unfold. Oh, fuck's this guy? I don't think I know him. He glanced inside the park for a brief moment before speaking with slight but genuine admiration. That's Zen? Zen don't have dark skin. At least I never thought he did. He's been redesigned. What is this, Nico Robin? What the fuck? Except opposite. I guess he's been out in the sun a lot in Calvert then. Alright, but genuine admiration. Okay. You really are something.
In what way?
In every way. Even if I was more struck by the hacking abilities of the famous Kitty than combat prowess of the infamous Angel of Slaughter. This is Reen decided it's the male peak form to take on enemy. Still hard to believe you managed to find dirt on his big wig dad that easily. Ren's response was a matter of fact, showing no sign his praise had gone to her head.
Most people just aren't as cautious about cybersecurity as they ought to be. Understandable with how new most are to it.
True. Of course,
it isn't nearly as easy as this was when you're dealing with leading corporations and politicians at the top of the food chain.
You made it sound like you've tried before.
Maybe I have.
Ren's smile was both cryptic and darling.
I've been more impressed with you. You were quick to write a piece that scathing while also finding me exactly the proof I needed. Wait, who was talking here? Ren's talking? Ren doesn't write articles, right? That's what I assumed. Okay, that's what I thought, but it caught me off guard. Because I thought Ren was the one that found the proof. Alright. glad Grace introduced us.
So he's a reporter, it seems. This is our new Grace, or Nile Dorothy, or whatever. Yeah, Calvard's Grace. Yep. Cool. You gotta have your reporter person. I mean, come on. It's not Trails without one. BB and Rex, yeah. Ah. Now it's a Chad. Just doing my job. The man's name was Dingo. That's a name. Fucking Dingo. Oh boy. And he was a professional reporter for a tabloid. Fucking Dingo Chads. He was extremely capable at his job, very well connected, and held a reputation for never shying away from danger. 8 leaves breaking, Dingo. Dingo, my goat. After being introduced to one another by Grace Lynn, he and Ren had made a deal with one another just a few days prior. The terms were simple. Dingo would provide Ren with proof of Ronald's misdemeanors, and Ren would use her hacking abilities to provide evidence of his father's crimes. Also known by his close friends as Big D. Ren did the harder job? You know. Yeah, since getting the politicians' information would definitely be hard. Murphy's nose, Jingo. Jingo and Dingo. Alright, both were now reaping rewards of the other's success.
Though I'll admit that I did get some help from a friend. He was none too pleased about being asked to look into a scummy politician. Oh, this is Dingo talking. Being asked to look into a scummy politician's equally scummy son, but he pulled through. Oh, you just have all kinds of connections, don't you?
She did sense someone other than Dingo was acting on her behalf while she was off school, but she wasn't sure who that someone was. This curious sensation regarding their identity remained as she continued the conversation.
You know, I'm surprised you didn't meet with any resistance in running that story. Just goes to show how big a fan the government was of Griffith.
They left him alone because he didn't actively oppose the current president's party, but from the CID's perspective, this chance to take him down was about as good as it was going to get. Interesting. Does sound like something Miss Taito Master over there would do.
Can't say I like the feeling of being used by her, but oh well.
Killico? Gotta be Killico? Miss Taito Master? I wonder who. Obviously Killico. Dingo then made a curious observation. Angie's master is Killico. I think that was confirmed at one point. No, it's Angie? Please no. Please no. Is Killico going to be our new Claire? Probably? I mean, I hope not story-wise, but... you're right, Pork Bob. No one can fist like Angie. Anyway, Dingo made a curious observation. I have to wonder why you went to such lengths to get rid of a small fry like him. It really bother you that much? Ren glanced briefly at Ronald, still collapsed on the ground of the park before shrugging her shoulders dismissively.
Not in the least. I didn't intend for this to go as far as it did either.
Alright, asshole. Fuck you. I feel like I said that one today already. That's a common quote. Who's Lynn's Taito Master? Kilka as well? I don't think that was ever explained. Nor do I know the depth of the Taito school, like how many teachers oh, here's Crimson. That's never been allowed. Okay, never mind. I wasn't wrong. I thought Crimson was about to fucking lore lecture me again because I said something wrong. Never mind. My bad. Essaying? Wait, why didn't essaying work? It didn't show up in my chat.
Alright, I only wanted to teach him enough of a lesson he'd leave me alone, but
It was then that the younger student who tried to save her came to mind. Ah.
I think the students deserve much better student council president than him.
It's a lower... Ah, okay, okay. It is the lowercase one. She then let out a titter? Titter? That was most refined. What the fuck's a titter? Tighter. As Ren expected, the allegations led Ronald's father to resign from Parliament, while he resigned from Aramis Academy. Titter talk? No one lets out a titter like Risha does. The group of students who exerted power over the student's body with his backing vanished overnight as a result, bidding peace to return to the grounds for the first time in too long. One thing, however, came about from this that Ren had not expected in the least. Did Ren get elected as student council president? Guarantee it. Here are all the documents relating to next month's budget. The student council's new president accepted the documents from the blonde-haired first year in charge of general affairs, perusing them straight away. After Ronald dashed from the auditorium on the day of the election, most of those in his group who put down their names dropped out in a timely fashion. Congrats, now run the school for us. Oof. Voting still took place even then, but once all was said and done, nearly 70% of the votes cast were disqualified. This was because they were all in favor of someone who had never put her name on the ballot, Ren Bright. Aramis Academy was known for how little its staff interfered with the many liberties it gave its students. Excuse me. But this time, the staff was clearly concerned that dissatisfaction with Ronald was going to present dire problems in the future. Teachers then chose to directly negotiate with Ren, and in face of such fervent demand, she reluctantly accepted the position of student council president. None of her duties posed a challenge to her, but by accepting it, she had completely and utterly failed her initial goal of avoiding attention. Task failed.
I wonder if this is how Thor's Branch campus first student council president felt when he was elected. Even I couldn't believe it when Tita told me.
Nice. Nice callback to that daydream. Know that this door is better than the Reen one? I think they're pretty on par, in my opinion, Saivo. I like the Reen one a lot. It brought a new, like, badass woman or girl into the fray, which I'm excited about. This one, we already knew Ren was a badass. This is just Ren flexing. Reen got clapped in it. Ren did the clapping here. Saivo, you're just making it better. Reen got clapped. That's that's fantastic. Okay. Shit, you're right. Alright.
Alright, it is what it is, I suppose. I'll just have to make use of this as best I can.
Oh, look at that. This one got me excited for, even if it's school days all over again in Daybreak. If we get Ren like this, man, that's pretty sick. So I won't mind if we start the game as students at this school. Another glasses guy, yep. Sunlight beamed into the student council room. The blonde-haired girl and two of her friends struggled with the new workload they were adjusting to. As Ren sat there, ears open to random talk and the occasional grumble, a thought crossed her mind. She had no end of real-world worries, the problems arising from rapid technological development, society's next move, the ominous winds of change blustering over Calvard. But despite all those, she wanted to enjoy her simple time here while she could.
What say we get this work done so we can celebrate with the tea party,
Uh-oh. The arrival of spring was now a distant memory, even if summer had yet to come. There was nothing particularly spectacular about this time. It was just another ordinary, beautifully bright afternoon. Aw, so good, man. That was a good one. Ren builds a harem of cute girls in Calvard like Ring did in Harmonia. I'll take it. I'll take it. Ren main character. An unconventional student. The end. That was fun. That was really fun. 1 to go. 1 to go. That took 2 hours. Yeah. I mean, not quite, but yeah. Her dorm neighbor joined? Yeah, that blonde-haired girl, they said. Second thread, yeah. Did the first one appear after we did the first one? And then the second thread appeared after we did the second one? Yami redeemed first! What a god. Yami, you are first. Not only here, but in my heart. Still pretty mid on Ren yourself, but it puts her in an interesting spot for the next arc. I see. That's a pretty different view. I feel like most people, Talifer, are pretty big fans of Ren. Not that I like think your opinion's wrong or anything. I like Ren. Once again, she's not like an S tier for me, I don't think, but she's pretty high up there. The last one unlocked finally, yeah, forward, sword in hand. Thought Anixie was first in your heart? No. No, Saivo. No. All of these got you excited for Daybreak for sure. I love all of the bridging and showing us Calvard here. Oh, it's so good, man. Crazy world building going on too. A sword in hand, so is it Laura or Kurt? It's gonna be Annalise. Annalise is returning to Calvard to train and become a main character in the next arc. Right? Right? Pog? I don't think that's what's gonna happen. Alright, let me take one more break. I'm gonna get more water because we probably have another 1 to 2 hours on this one. So before we start, let me get comfy. So give me a minute, guys. I will be right back. Surely it's Annalise. Surely. Hi, Toby. Okay. We are back. What's going on? The Maverick? Just saying IRL, staff is better than a sword. Is it? And thank you for the follow. They want to give her a new... Oh, we're talking about Annalise? I have very low hopes of this being about Annalise, but maybe. Zach, heads up, this door isn't Annalise, by the way. I'm so... weird. I was almost 100%... or dreams crushed. I mean, listen. We all knew it wasn't gonna be her. I like the character growth for Ren too, controlling her urges even if they almost slip out. That's true. Alright, let me finish this real quick. Peasants in Middle Ages fought with more polearms than swords. I guess range is a pretty big deal, right? Oh yeah, it's what you just said. Staves and spears have more range. Even an unskilled person can use. Yeah, all you gotta do is fucking poke. Whereas a sword, you gotta like come at right angles and all that shit. I can see that, man. For sure. Alright, let's see what Forward Sword in Hand is about. What I'm hoping it's not about is Reen. I'm hoping. Uh-oh. September 1207. I don't want to guess, but I cannot accept. I was not one to mince words. The hulking bear of a veteran bracer. Oh, Zin! Oh shit! The hulking bear of a veteran bracer, Zin Vathek, could not hide his disappointment, puffing out his bottom lip with a sigh as he stood before me. We got Zin in a daydream, man! Fuck yeah! Not again. You gotta resign yourself to the inevitable one of these days. I had been indebted to this man who was as capable as he was kind since my first days in the guild. I don't know what this is about. Truly, I didn't wish to be a source of vexation for him, but the wish alone was not enough. I lost my spot. Where was that? Not enough. Oh, there we go. I have neither the experience nor skill to be worthy of A rank, so I cannot accept your recommendation. Okay, so I assume this is this girl talking, and she's declining an A rank promotion or recommendation. I thought, this character's a big deal. Well, I mean, chill, Crimson. Sarah was A rank, all right, so you know. Bracers are assigned ranks based on their strength and achievements, with A rank being the highest, on paper at least. Yes, Pork. You're welcome to remind... If something has happened, you're welcome to bring it up and remind me. I don't remember a lot of details, so I appreciate someone reinforcing something I might be forgetting. If you talked around the Reverie Garden, I don't know if you remember the Bracer group mentioned it. Oh yeah. I do remember this conversation. In Lloyd Chapter 1, the Bracer Guild, they talked about someone who might become the youngest A-rank Bracer in Calvard. Yep. Okay, I actually do remember that. So that's this person. Interesting. Maybe. Well, given given that everyone's bringing it up right now, it must be this person. Might become the youngest A rank. Ah. At the time, it was also might become, and she's denying it right now. Yeah, so it seems like that conversation was talking about this person, right? Alright, A rank's highest on paper list. Its members are the very face of its beloved organization, and as such, ranks are a metaphorical badge of honor to be worn with pride. So, how had I received multiple recommendations for the most prestigious rank in 6 months? I spared no effort in working to hone my craft in the years I joined after school. And certainly I wouldn't classify myself as a doe-eyed newcomer. But to have my name among the greats of the guild? Absolutely not! Wait, what? She's working hard for this, but yet doesn't want to be promoted? Because she doesn't think she's among the greats of the guild? Interesting. She doesn't see herself ready. But after turning down my first recommendation, a second one had come from the guild headquarters in Le Mans. Toval, she's a sandbagger. Is this our next sandbagger? She just wants to be B rank so she gets the easy light replacement jobs on the road or whatever. I see how it is. She's our new sandbagger. Every arc needs one. Yep. God damn it, we found one. Alright, but after turning down my recommendation, the second one had come from the guild's headquarters in Le Mans, yep. If you ask me, you got both in spades. There's something else making you lean toward a no? Zin's awkward smile told me he had been pressured by headquarters to persuade me. I folded my arms. Just because I saw a name. Guys, please refrain from mentioning anything from future games. So from Daybreak onward, I am gonna go into it completely blind, without knowing like the names of the characters, you know, who's in the party, all that kind of stuff. Granted, this very well is probably gonna tell me the character's name, but just as a reference. Alright, Zin's awkward smile told me he had been pressured by headquarters to persuade me. I folded my arms. Setting aside whether you're overestimating me or not, which I believe you are, there is. I would very much like to not stand out any more than I already do. I've been getting offers to be a model, to star in films. It's been frankly exhausting forcing them to give up. Now, what do you think would happen if I were to accept a promotion? I'd be neck deep in the same mess all over again. Damn, she's popular. She's getting offers to be models and in films and shit. She's hot. Okay, that makes sense, but sorry. You're a 1-2 punch in the beauty and bronze department. Trying to lay low is a lost cause. With the kind of fans you're getting, maybe you should consider the silver screen after all. Who knows? You might walk away with an award from the film festival. Oh no, she's hot? I'm not gonna lie, so... I thought, from this image, I thought this girl was going to be the same one that clapped Reen. Because I thought their hair looked similar. But it doesn't seem that way? I mean, I guess it could be, but it doesn't seem that way. Alright, Zin's laugh was hearty in contrast to my unamused frown. Much as I respected him, he could do with showing a little more decorum. All long-haired girls are the same, of course. No, they had a braid. Wait, the other girl didn't have a braid? I thought I saw a braid. Okay. Never mind then. Never mind. Because I thought that's what, like, led me to believe that was the braid, but if it didn't exist, never mind. She can't possibly have changed hair. That's not funny. I understand being in the public eye to some extent is inevitable, and I've accepted it, but I'm a bracer, not an entertainer. I wasn't trying to be funny, though. You gotta find a way to let off some steam, or you're gonna break when we need you put together the most. Happens to workaholics like you more often than you think. Yeah, there's no colors. Yeah, you're right, Arcase. Having it all be monochrome makes it difficult to distinguish differences very well. Didn't think I was pushing myself as much as he implied, but I also couldn't deny there was a nugget of truth to what he said. Bracers workaholics? Never. Yo, this one's getting me excited too, though, because we have this Bracer character now that's gonna be relevant in Calvard. A new one, not just like Zin, you know? Got another workaholic like Toa? Humble workaholic? Oh boy. Alright, we were getting off topic. Just why is headquarters so desperate for me to become an A-rank bracer? I can't see the logic behind it.
Well, you see, starting with what you know, the reparations from Erebonia beefed up our economy this year, so all kinds of new investments are pouring in from across the continent. Now, I'm no economist.
Economist? Whatever.
But people go where the money's at, and where people go, conflict follows. That's just how it is.
I saw where he was going from there, electing to expand upon the rest myself. So now we have disputes between mega corporations and a stark increase in Jaeger activity. These are in addition to the known growth of private military companies and increased tensions between mafias.
You got it. You think it's bad now, it's only gonna get worse from here. That's why Le Mans wants you to up security here while promoting our rising star. You. They see it as good PR for the guild and a deterrent to any potential threats that are thinking about stepping out of line.
I see. Makes sense. Which is also kind of understandable why she doesn't believe she should be promoted yet, because it kind of looks like a PR stunt almost. After this, watch the Kuro trailer. I like briefly saw it already, Eris. And I might stay blind and just like forget about the trailer. Yeah, I know you meant Daybreak. I get you. Alright, this is good PR for the guild. Yeah.
Perhaps I was more vaguely aware of their goal in using me than I wanted to admit. This didn't make hearing the answer any more satisfying. If they have you asking me to play my part, then surely they've asked you to play your part already. You've been recommended for S rank, haven't you?
Oh, Mr. Zen, the S rank?
If you know of a better
have we heard about this before? I can't. Sometimes I can't remember if people were just like memeing in chat about Zen being an S rank or something, or if that actually happened in the game. Like, we have not? Okay. You think it's been mentioned? I think people memed it. It's very possible. That's what I'm remembering. This is the problem. Sometimes I mix up what I read versus in chat versus what happens in game. You thought it was mentioned before? I'm not sure. Mention the same conversation in the Lloyd Act. Oh, thank you, Ratui. Arius was the only one we knew who'd get an S until now. Usually Crimson knows their stuff. Eh, it's alright. Either way, we know now. It doesn't matter. What's in the past is in the past. So now we know Zen's got an S rank recommendation.
If you know of a better deterrent than having an S rank encounter, then I'd like to hear it.
Fuck yeah, Zen, a big man, eh? Joining the upper echelons of S-rank bracers. Zen scritched... Scritched? Is that a word? Zen scritched the back of his head awkwardly upon my statement.
I just don't think I'm up there with someone like Cassius Bright. That's isn't even an official rank, and even if it was, just look at me. Think a guy like me is a picture-perfect advertisement for the guild?
I think you have the skills and achievements and build to be one, yes.
A curt, quick response.
Alright, point made. Can't force you to take the recommendation, and I'm not about to be a hypocrite. Just, let me know if you change your mind, okay?
With that, the conversation came to an end, and the guild's bracers gathered to begin a routine meeting of delegating of open requests. Interesting. So Zen also hasn't accepted the promotion, because he doesn't feel like he deserves it either, really. That's really cool that Zen's like this big of a person in Calvard, though. S rank like recommendation? It's huge. Still looking for Cassius' replacement 5 years and going. And 10 games later. Well, there's supposed to be other S-rank bracers out there, but we just never... Where the fuck are they? I guess they have to be in Eastern Zemuria somewhere. Or maybe in Le Mans. Maybe they're all in... they're all just in the headquarters, just chilling. Alright, anyway.
This is how I preferred things. It was better to stay like this.
Bum, bum. Ooh, we're hitting us with this song? I'm secretly an S rank? Maybe? Who knows? While also being the strongest church dominion. They all old because they all sandbag and take S rank when they're like 45 plus. Like, so Cassius was obviously really strong, but wasn't his like true strength was on like leading and strategizing, and that's kind of why he became an S rank, right? I would like to see an S rank bracer who became an S rank purely because they were so fucking strong. You know what I mean? That'd be neat. Or maybe you have to be well-rounded to be an S rank. I don't know. He got his promotion after crushing DG Colt. Yep, I remember that. It's not the requirement. You have to solve an international crisis to qualify. Yeah, but maybe you solve it by beating someone's ass who is really strong in opposing the nation. You know. That would work as solving an international crisis. Maybe Estelle will get it in that case. Estelle's fucking like B rank still. Estelle and Joshua have been getting robbed, man. Alright, there was a point when I wanted to be something more. My nose is so itchy.
I can no longer remember when that was. Sometime during my childhood it happened, I'm sure. I just recall realizing how small the world truly was. So I prayed and longed to become someone I was not. It was around high school when I thought I became that someone. Those years were unforgettable. I'll never forget the unexpected reunion that was had there, nor the priceless treasure I had gained. I truly thought I'd gotten closer to who I wanted to be. But in the end, it was just wishful thinking. My hand, once held, was now empty.
Huh? So what, like a lost love? Am I interpreting this wrong?
And I was still a nobody. But I refused to stand still. I grew unrelenting in following the new path I chose for myself, ignoring my family's objections. My motivations had changed, however. I no longer possessed that girlhood desire of becoming something more, of becoming someone. I just needed to keep moving, however aimless that movement was.
Moving forward relentlessly? Thank you, Yami. Yep. Well, are we looking gorgeous today? With a whimsical wink, a familiar bartender welcomed me to his establishment.
He was a tall, affable man who lived by his own rules and never hesitated to lend a helping hand to others. He reminded me much of the Crossbow City branch's receptionist from the few times I visited for work.
Huh. Interesting.
Ba-da-bum-bum. The place was nearly empty today. I sat down on the counter, a seat farthest ahead from the door as he approached.
You need your Michelle voice, Zach? Less deep? Yeah, I need the... Maybe slightly more flamboyant, even?
I sat down on the counter, seat farthest from the door as he approached. The usual, sweetheart. I stopped by here after a hard day's work on occasion. Whenever I did, I always ordered coffee and a light snack. This was not a coffee and snacks kind of day.
Shit, she's drinking. Do the Becky voice?
The usual.
I can't.
I want something with alcohol. Even beer will do.
Not at all fazed by the vagueness of my order, he walked away and started preparing my drink. Give her the hard liquor, hell yeah.
It wasn't long before he returned and placed an elegant glass in front of me. I think this is a little more you than a beer.
I think this is a little more you than It was a beautiful cocktail composed of 2 colors, a clear blue like that of a priceless sapphire, and a calming jade. No doubt he could tell how disquieted my heart was and was trying to soothe it in his own way. Let her chug? Hell yeah.
I thanked him inwardly before daring to broach my other reason for coming.
She's gonna chug the hell out of this drink. She's gonna get fucked up, Noit. Oh, Noit, welcome back, man.
Have you learned anything more about what I asked?
Apart from being a skilled bartender, he was also a well-known informant. He was extremely well connected to the guild, the press, and even the criminal underworld. But he was very careful never to overstep his bounds with that last one. Interesting. You've come back for Peak. We're learning about this new bracer girl who's refusing to become an A rank, while Zin was talking to her and also refusing to become an S rank. So this is a good one so far. And now she's drinking her sorrows away, or frustrations, I don't know.
Indeed, I found him to be a valuable source when needed. I wish I could say yes, but not even Dingo has any promising leads. So I think you got your eyes on the right district. It's only a matter of time before they get smoked out. I see. Since the guild's investigation turned up nothing, I was hoping you would better point me in the right direction. But it seemed this was going to be a lot harder than I hoped for. So, you know, we got the Dingo name drop already. Dingo mentioned twice in 2 daydreams. He's obviously gonna be a relevant character. I seen this was going to be a lot harder than I hoped for it. Things will work out. Just pace yourself and keep it at a little bit at a time. That also applies to that cocktail. It's a strong one, so don't drink it all at once. I tilted the glass delicately between my fingers as he stepped away, my mind continuing to wade through the case I was following. There had been a stark increase in illegal drugs on the market. Not just any drugs either, but ones of the highly addictive, dangerous variety. Oh, addictive drugs! Gnosis? Hayway, who effectively ruled over the criminal underworld in Calvert, ordinarily limited their proliferation in the market as part of their rules. Limiting the number of drugs was, of course, far from the ideal elimination of them, but none could deny that the syndicate's actions had brought some semblance of order to where chaos often reigned supreme. Stark? Are they from Durai? Yet the past few years had seen a worrying number of criminal groups rebelling against these carefully curated rules. One of these groups was surely behind the change in the market, and all this held a presumed connection to 2 missing people. So she's looking into 2 missing people. The guild and police had been tasked with searching for 2 children below the age of 10, a boy and his younger sister. Aw. They simply left the house one day and had not been seen since. Surely behind the change in the market? Think Shirley's in Calvert? She may be. Evidence suggests that they came from a perfectly ordinary family on good terms with one another, so the likelihood of them running away was slim. We mulled over the suspicion that they had been abducted for ransom early on, but not a single demand was made following their disappearance, so it was quickly ruled out. Shirley's too busy whipping Cedric into shape? True. That's her project right now. Molding Cedric. Despite a healthy amount of manpower that was coming from both sides, neither the guild nor the police had yet to find them. That said, the search so far had not proved entirely fruitless. Their last known location was fortunately established, and it was, unfortunately, a popular site for illicit drug trade.
The working theory from there became that the siblings witnessed a transaction and were held captive by criminal parties involved as a result. If that held true, then the longer it took our parties to find them, a greater danger their lives were in. The abductors wouldn't do anything right away. Murder was sure to leave trace evidence behind. It was only a matter of time before they resorted to that or trafficking abroad to be rid of them. With each passing second, the odds of the children being returned unharmed were dropping to 0. We back here again? What's a child trafficking? to 0? Same thing. Same thing. Ugh. At the same time, all this was pure speculation on our part based on a single established location. For all we knew, this had nothing to do with the criminal underworld at all. The potential dangers thrown around made inaction an agonizing task. But if there was no evidence to go on, action was impossible. We could forcibly arrest any suspicious people on sight and make them talk should we wish it. But that would be a direct violation of the Guild's code and its founding principles. Bracer Guild always sought to be an ally of the people first and foremost, so resorting to criminal acts to obtain evidence was out of the question. If only the strict adherence to our code didn't stop us from being able to resolve so many crimes, thereby putting the people we swore to protect in danger. True. It was the ultimate impasse. Zach's walking the good part. It's where it should be. It's where it should be. As I found myself pondering on this impossible dilemma, the Bracers had placed themselves in a familiar face. Let me read that. As I found myself pondering this impossible dilemma, the Bracers had placed themselves in, a familiar face came to mind. If Zach rises off camera, it'd be like his head's going in. Well, the chair would be like, you know, it'd ruin things, I guess. Maybe not. It'd be too high, see? It's too high! He touched the butt! Okay. Who's the familiar face? There's a childhood friend with blue-tinged, unkempt hair. Though we had lost contact with one another some years before, he one day returned to the city as suddenly as he had left it. Remember when Muse had patted you? Vaguely. Uh-oh. Blue-tinged hair, unkempt hair? I've seen pictures. Soon after starting a peculiar profession that skirted the line of legality to a dangerous degree. Profession that skirts the line of legality? Kind of profession that could easily involve himself in the affairs of many an unscrupulous individual, or so I believed. Just what did that idiot think he was doing? Oh shit, we have tsundere for childhood friend? Oh baby. Is this my favorite character? Is she gonna be a main character? And one of my favorites. It could go that way. I like what I'm hearing. I just don't know if this is or not. I just what that idiot think he was doing. He walked out of my life without warning and walked back in much the same. Spent so much time searching for him. I knew our reunion would be an awkward one based on how we parted, but for him to return after all the waiting, all that searching, and dive into some questionable enterprise so different from my own, was almost too much to bear. It gave rise to many concerns as a bracer, and many more concerns as a friend. And the one that bothered me the most was... Why hadn't he come to see me? Did he have any idea how worried I was about him? How worried I am about him? Irritation building, I took a large gulp of my cocktail, but the alcohol only fanned the flames of anger burning in my heart. Ah. They burned brighter and brighter still, becoming a dazzling white that projected countless transient images of the past. Then, just as quickly as it had flared, my anger faded in an instant, replacing itself with a very different emotion altogether. Why doesn't he know, Baka? Please let this be a main character and her talking about the guy main character.
Why did you leave me?
The words slipped from my mouth without me realizing it, making me feel downright pitiful once they were said. If someone were to see me in this state... Still haven't moved on, I see. A familiar but unexpected voice called out to me. Causing me to jump slightly from surprise, I quickly regained my composure.
I just have a few choice words I'd like to say.
My response feigned calmness as best I could.
Couldn't help but think I had more than a few choice words, really. But following up with that would aid my annoyance in a way I would rather not further.
Oh, I imagine you have more than a few. Right, of course, he would see right through me. The bespectacled man then sat down next to me as though our running into each other was no coincidence. He was another childhood friend of both myself and the one I was lamenting over, and someone who followed a remarkably different career path from either one of us.
Glasses the world over, yep.
If it's still bothering you that much, why not just go and see him? You already have his address by now, surely.
How could I with how much time that's passed? As I mumbled my response meekly, I thought I could hear the man next to me chuckle.
Well, then I suppose there's no need to rush things. With your lines of work, I'm sure your paths will cross naturally enough in due time. I'm really curious what this childhood friend guy's work is. Something sketchy. Yeah, no use thinking too hard. But it's interesting.
I didn't expect that kind of response. You make it sound so romantic.
Unless you've forgotten, I don't struggle with expressing what's in my heart the way he does. Now, since we're here, how about a toast? I'll, make your next one non-alcoholic. I wonder if this guy, confessed to her once and got denied.
Unless you have forgotten, I can handle my liquor just fine, thank you very much.
He gives pork chops in the back alley. We then spent the rest of our time reminiscing about the past. Sounds like we got another Sarah. I don't know, I can't tell if she's a big drinker or if this is just a one-time thing she's depressed. But she did say she can handle her liquor fine, but maybe she's just talking herself up, you know?
It had been too long since we were able to just sit and talk like this. It wasn't that he and I had become estranged, but both of our jobs made it a trying task to meet even at the best of times.
By the way, I've heard word you turned down becoming an A-rank bracer again.
Of course that wouldn't escape the CID's ears.
Oh! He works for the intelligence division, eh? Interesting.
The information itself wasn't confidential, but that he already knew something. However unofficial it was entirely typical of him. Bracer Guild focused on protecting civilians, while the CID focused solely on the needs of the president in office. The groups were neither enemies nor allies. They simply had very different goals where work was concerned.
Excuse me. I know it isn't my place to tell you to accept the offer. However, he paused before resuming, his tone becoming markedly more serious. The times we live in demand a new hero. That much is clear.
I had no idea what a realist like him was trying to say by implying I was a hero, but before I could inquire further, he changed the subject that was likely what brought him to find me in the first place.
Now, if you don't mind, I have something that will be of interest to you regarding those missing children.
My eyes widened from the unexpected change. He continued.
We've identified the group that made that district their turf, as well as have compelling evidence of a crime taking place. You may proceed as you like in cooperation with the police.
I couldn't believe it. On a fine silver platter, he had just given me just cause to act, and since the information came from the CID, there was no reason to doubt its veracity. I felt it. I was on the verge of rekindling my girlhood desires. All I had done till now was follow life where it was taking me. And yet here I found myself before a new path that could lead to that someone I once wanted to be. This deviation terrified me. What if it led to me losing someone again? What if it ended in more pain? My fear begged me to stay idle.
So, a loved one died, maybe? That or they left her. I'm not sure which one, but regardless.
I was a fragile human being at my core, I knew it well. It made me wish I was anything but. It inspired me to take up the sword and rebel against my whispers of weakness, and I played the part admirably on the surface.
They got onioned, oof.
But if I were forced to face cruel reality in the future, I wondered, would my heart be able to take it?
Oh shit.
Alright, as I stepped to the left, I shifted my center of gravity and unleashed a flurry of slashes against my first foe, using that momentum to thrust both myself and my blade toward my second. 2 low-ranking mobsters fell to the ground. They were members of a mafia I had been chasing, and right now, I was in the thick of their den of operations. My friend gave the guild and the police the excuse we needed to take a more direct stance against our targets. His information was vague, however, so we still had to discern their precise location on our own. I, Zen, and several other bracers agreed it would be best to split our forces and attack several locations in unison for this part of our mission. Based on what just transpired, it appeared my location was the lucky winner.
There's the intruder. Hey, I've seen her before. She's from the paper.
2 more reinforcements arrived, but I was hardly going to give them time to act.
I raced forward, swinging my sword twice as I passed them, and they fell before they could even raise their weapons.
I wonder if she has a certain sword style or anything. Doesn't look like Itachi. At least not at first glance, anyway. They fell before they could even raise their weapons.
I advanced. Mobsters appeared in droves. Presumably, word of my arrival had already spread.
2-sided blade at the very least, yeah. I mean, not everyone has like a school that they train on. They could always just be like Agate and learn how to use it on their own.
Advanced mobsters appeared in droves, presumably word of my arrival had already spread.
There she is! She's that bracer word's been going around about. Oh, damn it. What if Immovable's here too? Don't be chicken shit. It's one woman. We can take care of her.
Definitely another 8 leaves user. We need more of them. Well, I don't think we're getting more. We're getting that other form that's like an offshoot, apparently, of 8 leaves, which I forgot all the details on already. But you know, the princess that's a badass and clapped ring.
Black God One Blade.
Yeah, that one. That's almost an 8 leaves 1 blade user, so yeah, same thing. It's so edgy. It's super edgy, but she was sick. And yeah, she's hot.
Alright, they then charged me en masse, at least 10 of them, with more reinforcements on their way from farther inside the building. Forcing my way through with how many they had in their number was risky. I knew the sensible thing would be to wait for the other bracers to show, but I also had to consider, what if my waiting afforded the Mafia time to wield the children as hostages? Weighing the 2 options, I concluded that whatever reduced the chances of that happening was worth the cost. I need to push on and settle this now.
I like this girl.
Besides, I believed I had nothing to fear from this pitiful group as they were. For the seasoned combat veterans, they could have used their numerical advantage to implement complex formations and corner me. But they did no such thing.
Amateurs.
And they dared to believe they held a candle to Heiwei's martial arts. In the face of one of my experience, their bloated size was more of a hindrance than a help. They wouldn't be able to utilize even half of their potential against me. First, I had to position myself and them appropriately.
If I could ensure the gun-toting wielders among them were in each other's line of fire while rounding up close-range fighters to a single spot, they would soon have bigger worries. Friendly fire. She's, seems like she's pretty smart and very good fighter. Vulnerabilities would then spell my victory as I cut them down. Cool. 1 down, 2 down. The precious seconds after defeating a foe were the most advantageous one. Just as man had fallen, I was on to another before they had time to adjust to my incoming blade. There's no pattern to who was next by design, just targets with stunning erraticism, throwing them into complete disarray as more collapsed to the ground. 3 down, 4. I would go around them in a wide circle. I would move between them while remaining ever aware of any surprise assaults at my back. I waded through them until I encountered the ones farthest back. These ones never even considered I would be able to reach them. They were spread so carelessly. Men took up their guns with newly alert panic strewn across their faces, but their fate was already sealed. They were powerless as I closed the gap between us. Haven't seen a clapping so one-sided since Aaron pulled up on Marley. God damn it, sleep. This is pretty sick. I like this character. A lot. I like her a lot. 5, 6, 7. With over half their numbers down, the remaining mobsters were quickly losing their will to counter. Pork, you you went back and got a clip of it? You're crazy, man. Alright, with over half their number down, the remaining monsters were quickly losing their will to counter. Some attacked out of adrenaline-induced desperation, calculating their next move so poorly that they fell into my long-set trap and accidentally attacked themselves. At this point, the battle was as good as final. All I had to do was continue taking them down until I was the last one standing. Okay. There were smaller groups I encountered on my way through the building, but I was able to disable them with little effort. The path they opened up for me eventually led me to their leader. Her boss fight! He was a middle-aged fellow pacing restlessly around an unpleasantly gaudy room until I entered. Never mind, he was being protected. He has no strength. He twitched in fear upon the very sight of me. Why are you here? Where are my men? It's a Don Marconi, yeah. Or Marconi, however you say it. Kissing the floors. Macaroni K-Kona? Hell yeah, Don Macaroni. Answered so calmly and concisely that he balked in disbelief. That's impossible! I sweat my balls off to build this group from the ground up, and you're saying a girl like you tore it all down just like that? I ignored his crude language and drew closer. As I thrust my sword till it sat just between his eyes, he let out a squeal. Well, I'm no ordinary girl. I'm a bracer. Don't worry, I didn't kill them. They have only been knocked out or restrained. We'll be seeing them again soon. In prison. Oh shit! I shot a darkened glare in his direction as the tip of my sword wandered downward to his neck. I have some questions for you, and you will answer them. The man nodded emphatically, his whole body trembling from fear. 2 children, a boy and a girl under 10 years old, disappeared last month. Your people abducted them, didn't they? He nodded. I knew it. Then where are they? What did you do to them? They're in the room farther inside. They're alive! At last I could breathe a sigh of relief. My most fundamental objective when coming here could be fulfilled. It's a trap! Next, I needed to ask him more about his group. I thought you all seemed far too weak to be charged of this district of the city, but after coming across your account book, everything fell into place. You're working on behalf of someone else, aren't you? He was so unsure of how to respond that he fell completely silent, but that alone gave me my answers. Who is it then? Tell me! Is it A? Oh, fucking hell. Don't... A? They probably got a fucking mask on too, don't they? This A person. A, B, C? Unless A is a group? I don't know. I can't. He flinched in fear as I pressed him, resisting as though he genuinely couldn't say. Then just as he opened his trembling lips to speak, I heard a strange thudding sound from outside the room. We'll have to A trails to find out. C version 3.
Is it Mobius? It fucking might be. No, Mobius sucked too.
I stepped away from the man, my sword still firmly in hand. Crunching, squelching, splattering. More sounds, these more audible than the first. Didn't know what to make of them, but they made me feel an instinctive revulsion as they dragged on. Is it like bodies being crushed? They may have come accompanied by faint groans, but if they did, they faded just as soon as the sounds themselves. Uh-oh. I remained on guard as I stepped out into the hallway, ready to be attacked from any angle at any moment. And the sight that greeted me defied all imagination. But Zack. What, Crimson? The mobsters I fought through mere minutes before were now nothing more than distorted, mutilated piles of flesh and bone.
Jesus. Fuck, people don't die in trails? Sometimes they do, especially if they're like no-name guys. Remember the Jaegers that got fucking slaughtered by the Red Constellation? Or not Jaegers, but the ILF guys. Gideon, he got fucking destroyed. Nameless characters get owned. No, main characters don't die, or named characters. Yeah, or flashback and history recalls. True that, as well as Stuffed Crust. Red shirt dilemma. Yep. Yep. Anyway. Monsters fought through mere minutes before were now nothing more than distorted, mutilated piles of flesh and bone. Not just one or two, every single one of them, without exception, have been reduced to bloodied mounds. Vulcan is not a character? I don't count him. He sucked. Some were without heads, others had their organs ripped from their abdomens. Okay, this is a little gruesome, I'll give it that. Then there were those with their skulls caved in and leaking pulverized brain matter, or the ones with their hearts pulled and squeezed. Why? What? Who did this and why? Each corpse was different. Each corpse was unbearable to look at. Reminds you of your last family reunion? Saibo? The plain hallway I traversed with all due speed was now covered in a sticky, slimy red. This is probably one of the more grotesque things that's been described in Trails. Who could have done something like this? The sight was so awful that my free hands, now clenched, shook from disgust. When was it ever necessary to go this far? What could anyone have to gain from this? Wait, no! I realized I had just made a very careless mistake. I turned and hurried back into the room I was just in. I was too late. The Mafia's leader was floating in the air at the center of the room, as though some unknown force was holding him by his chest. Holding him up his chest. A monstrous sword pierced through his chest. Damn, he got fucking aerithed. A single streak of blood dripped from his unspeaking mouth. Or predator. He got Luvade? We call that getting Arian-roaded? Oof. That too, okay. Pierced through the chest from behind. You know, it's fine. I think from behind. There was no room to believe he was anything but dead. Like all the others in the hallway, he didn't even have time to scream before his life was taken. They might be alive? I don't think so. Who are you? I barked at the center of the room, trying to drown out my instinctive fear with anger. At a glance, only the corpse and I were present. But if I strained my eyes, I could also see the faint contours of another distorting the space around them. So is this like invisibility tech stuff like the Ramda people had, you know? Or maybe it's something all different. It must have been some form of active camouflage. Oh, it might be. Okay.
would have thought it basic courtesy to give your name before asking another charming ace of the Bracer Guild. It was a man's voice that projected true arrogance, as though he were above all others as a matter of course. I instinctively readied myself for battle in response, but my actions seemed not to faze him in the slightest. No need to be spoiling for a fight. Simply here to take out the trash after they were careless enough to leave a trail for the CID to follow. Shit. Oh shit. Was I really talking to a fellow human being? How could he speak of such gruesome murders in those terms?
He's a top.
Are you a business partner of theirs? No. You must be from the group above them.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. He then swung his blade to slide and toss the corpse off to the side with all the respect of a used cigarette. How could you treat people you worked with like this? People? Have you your ears? Said nothing about taking out a person, only trash. The same applies to the garbage piling up in the hallway. They've always been so, even before they stopped breathing. It was clear that communicating with someone of his nature was impossible. I dismissed calm reason for an intense, all-consuming anger so great that my entire body couldn't stop trembling. You monster! Before I knew it, I had sprung into action, pouting every drop of strength into my blade to launch a swift, unavoidable strike. But he repelled it with one vertical swing of his own. This one exchange was enough to tell me that his strength was well a league above mine.
So he's far above what is potentially an A-rank bracer's strength. Interesting. Because she was like clapping all those guys, all those peons pretty easy. But this guy, he's a monster.
He parried my blow at the most perfect instant, canceling out the force of my attack with so little effort that it barely scratched the surface of what he was capable of.
He straight murdered them? Yeah, he just fucking... Well, I mean, they were all out already, right? Like, taken care of, just on the ground. He just fucking finished them all off. Ugh. Alright. Anyway, he parried the blow at the most perfect instant, canceling out the force of my attack with so little effort that it barely scratched the surface of what he was capable of. The act of camouflage did nothing to hide the monstrous nature of his cruciform sword either. What's cruciform mean? Its design combined silver and black in an unholy fusion of darkness and light, as if chaos itself dwelled within its very blade. So it is like a cross? Okay. So I kind of figured. It was no common weapon. These daydreams are really setting the tone for the next arc? Yeah, it's amazing. I am super excited from everything that I've read so far, like, you know. There was no common weapon. Even if I continued to give it my all, my odds of winning against him were extremely slim. But at the same time, my instincts were screaming at me that I could not allow him to leave. I charged again. If attacking him from the front wasn't going to work, then I would have to go for his side. He blocked that attack with just as little effort. But I wasn't done yet. I refused to stop moving, slashing the third time with even more speed than the first two. So hopefully Zen shows up and saves her, because I think she's about to get clapped otherwise. Please don't kill off a character I was already excited for in the next arc. I showered him in a flurry of them, each one faster than the last. When I finally reached my physical limit, I darted in a new direction, attacking from behind. Put my very soul into one overwhelming attack, aimed directly at his rear, which I could only just make out through the camouflage's distortion. I got him. However, the second I became sure that victory was within my grasp, his cruciform blade carved a great arc through the air in a ferocious spinning slash.
was able to instantly defend myself against the blow, but the force of it sent me flying backward. I was fortunate enough to not have sustained a direct hit, but my body shook from now being able to fully cancel out its mouse. From now being able to fully cancel out its massive weight. Still, I forced myself back to my feet and glared at his form. The difference between us was night and day. It felt as though he could manipulate the very flow of battle, much like a master of martial arts who understood the true nature of all things. Interesting. He paid no mind to my pitiful attempt at bravado, and gave a short laugh before speaking. Impressive. You put up more of a fight than the rumors had led me to believe. I don't know, is this her speaking? What's your goal? What are you trying to do with all your strength? I expected him to reject or ignore me, so I was taken aback when he paused for a sincere moment of thought before answering. It was her, yeah. I think when the quotes end and new quotes start, it's a new character. I think that's how text works. An interesting question. I suppose to instill fear. Fear? I almost doubted my ears. Fear is at the heart of all we know. Domination and servitude, order, harmony, and production. All of it exists because of fear. That is why I seek to instill fear in its purest form. Much like the Retributive Tower that appeared in Crossbell half a year ago. A callback to Retributive Tower? Interesting. Such a pity that it fell. There was such a pleasure in his words that it made it easy to imagine the expression on his veiled face. As insane as what he was saying sounded to me, I knew he meant every word of it. Forgot Kevin, but not Reverie. Well, we are in Reverie. I kind of forget that we're in Reverie still right now. This feels like a completely different Trails game to me with this daydream. You really are a monster. Continue your fruitless attempts to stop me, and you'll understand what I mean in due time. He lowered his blade. As a parting gift for assisting me in my house, cleaning efforts, I will let you and those children go. Keep that far too pristine blade sharp for our next meeting, Bracer. With that, he turned to leave. Wait! Just as I extended my hand, the ground below him emitted a bright glow, and by the time that glow had faded, he was so he's Ouroboros. Because no one teleports unless they're Ouroboros, okay? That's a fact. Well, and witches. But that's it. Unless he just did a flashbang and, like, sprinted away. Evil Ring did? Ah, shit. With Elysium? Nah, shit. Alright, Crimson. You've proven me wrong. I give up. Theory cracked. I tried. I'm just having the old Trails, what do you call it? Not like suspicion, but paranoia. The old Trails paranoia. If there's a bad guy and he's doing crazy shit, he's Ouroboros. Alright. He had likely used the same teleportation spell that certain other criminal organizations were known to rely on. Wait. See? She's talking about Ouroboros, I swear. Why can't we just say the names of things, game? His departure also released all the strength I had left in me. Not from relief, but from the exact opposite. I was so overwhelmed with frustration that I let him leave. So afraid of what he might go on to do because I couldn't stop him, that I lost the strength to even stand. She said other. Spell that. Same teleportation spelled that certain other criminal organization. Oh, shit. Never mind. You know what? Yeah, you're right. We'll just keep going, though. It doesn't matter. Zach's trying not to predict shit challenge. Yeah, I need to stop. But I have fun with it, Blunt. You know? Of course, this is just who I've always been. Aww.
haven't changed one bit since the day you left me. I'm still the same powerless girl I was back then.
Well, I see her character flaw or, you know, her problem, issue, what have you. Definitely an intriguing character. I really like this girl, for sure. So long as you keep any open mind. Yeah, I'm keeping my mind open for sure. For sure.
My work here wasn't finished yet. I walked to the next room. I opened the door and was greeted by what appeared to be an old storage space. There, across the hall, I found who I was searching for. The brother and sister pair were crouched against the wall, the boy trembling on the floor as his sister stood close by.
What you want to know is where were these riders during Cold Steel Reverie main story? Right? Right? You're you're 100% correct, Pork. Like these stories from this daydream have all been phenomenal, right? Like phenomenally written. Like why can't I get this the whole time during Reverie? Or Cold Steel? Trail side story versus main story? Maybe so. Maybe so. They need the AOK to get the mature rating. Wait, actual question. Does Daybreak have a mature rating? And a question along with that was, it should, if it doesn't, do Reverie and Cold Steel all have, do they all have a teen rating or a mature rating? It's not confirmed. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Don't know if they announced the ESRB yet. Okay, but these games are all T for the English stuff. Okay. All right. No. Okay, we read that.
It's okay. I'm here to help you.
Kuro's pretty dark. That's good. I want a little depression with my game, and not the Reen kind of depression where where it's just like self-doubt. Though I'll take some. You know. It's a really nice change. Espresso depresso. Hell yeah, give me that. Keep pulling my damn earbud out tonight. This is annoying. God damn it. Alright, it's okay, I'm here to help you.
I kept my tone as gentle and reassuring as I was able. The girl smiled while her older brother continued to hide his face.
Aw. CS3 ending suffering? Oh, that was good suffering, Blue. That was good. And then it wasn't.
I slowly walked toward them, careful not to make any sudden movements, but as I did, the boy shook his head vigorously. His whole body trembled more the closer I got, as though he were telling me to stay away. The answer from that man flashed in my mind.
Fear is at the heart of all we know.
These poor children were very much in fear's clutches. No matter how gradual I was in closing the distance between myself and the boy, trying my best not to provoke him, his body language showed he continued to reject me. We were now within arm's length of one another. His shaking grew more violent.
Aw.
And though he opened his mouth to speak, his voice refused to come out. It's all right.
I smiled a most comforting smile.
After that, I reached out behind me and grasped the blade of the knife that was being thrust toward me.
Huh?
I turned swiftly, my fingers never letting go, and found the one gripping the hilt to be none other than the sister.
Oh, shit!
She had tiptoed around my back while I was kneeling to meet her brother and tried to stab me from behind.
God damn!
She was a bit startled by my halting her attack, but otherwise she stared blankly forward, emotion on her face nowhere to be seen. Oh. I suppose he was right about fear. It controls everything we do.
I like this idea, this fear, like controlling everything. It's interesting.
You must have been through something terrifying if it made you resort to this. No doubt they were now conditioned by fear to attack anyone who came to their rescue.
Themes and trails? Never been done before, sorry. No, not at all. I like this theme, though.
I paid no mind to the blood from my bare hand slowly dripping to the floor. The cut from the knife was nothing compared to everything else in the moment. My first priority instead was to reassure the girl that I meant no harm. But we humans are capable of more than giving in to that fear. We can fight it. With courage, we can fight it. Your brother was doing just that now. He may have been gripped by fear, but he still fought his hardest through his actions to alert me of the danger his sister posed. Even if it took all he had, he wanted to keep me safe and to keep her from committing an irreversible, regrettable act. It was thanks to him that I noticed that what she was trying to do. You don't have to be afraid anymore. I'm a bracer. I'll keep you safe. Took the girl into my arms. You're a bracer?
Oh, not emotionless enough, but even her voice was devoid of emotion.
That's right. I'm here to help you. Oh, I think I've seen you in a magazine before. Something Blade, I think. That's right. The nickname's a little embarrassing, but I'd be happy if you remembered it. That way, as long as you hear it, you'll know I'm here to keep you out of harm's way.
Aw. Blade girl? Wonder what her nickname thing is.
Tie my grip around her as if to stop anything more from hurting her and surround her heart with my warmth.
Aw.
It really will be okay, I promise.
I noticed her eyes twitch just slightly, and before long, her eyes filled with tears. Soon she began to sniffle, at first a small one here and there, till they gradually grew more pronounced, eventually turning into uncontrollable sobs.
The blading maiden? Wait, that has a bad connotation? Did this turn into a visual novel? Kind of? Yeah, I mean, basically no lack. But this is our last little one. And they've been really good. Like, the writing in these, visual novel stories have been very good. Blading, like cutting yourself. Oh, I see, Pork. It's good to hear? Yeah, for sure.
It's the Emily reference to the blazing nickname. Alright, we already read that. She had finally been liberated from her fear. As for me, I had stayed my course.
Ooh, this song. Yeah, this is a new one. Ooh. Hold on. This is a Kuro track? Oh, that's good. Taste the incoming track. Oh yeah, going full jazz. I fucking love jazz like type music, so the sax, and mainly it's the saxes that get me. I love sax, man. It's probably my favorite like instrument to hear. So it's so good. Saxophone jazz, P5 is gonna be an immediate favorite. So P5, not all of its music isn't going to be new to me, because I've heard like a few P5 songs already. So I already know I like its music. So there's no doubt about that. Your early fave track, this is a banger. Absolute banger. I love this song. Oh. It keeps going, don't worry. I know, I need to read more, but I want to listen. Alright, what was it called again? What is ahead of you? Okay, I gotta remember that. Hold on, I need to add this to a playlist. What is ahead of you? Okay.
Alright, as for me, I had stayed my course. I was too afraid to deviate from my current path.
Really, DJ, that's promising for Yakuza as well.
Still, I had chosen this path with pride in my heart. I didn't think it right to turn my back on it now. But I wasn't going to let it be an aimless journey from now on either. And so...
Ooh, look at that shot. Oh, she's cool too. I like this character. Please be one of the main characters in the next game. Don't tell me for sure or anything, but please. I hope she is. I really do.
It was another day in the Edith branch of Calvard's Guild. Sounds like that mafia was trying to copy what that other organization of assassins managed to pull off. I was discussing the recent case with Zen. The siblings had indeed been abducted because they witnessed an illegal transaction.
She's not in Kuro? Oh, don't tell me that.
The mafia involved then thought to mimic a group of assassins known for raising children, with the intent of turning them into professional killers.
Wait a second. Sound familiar? Yes. We never got the... Why don't we ever get the name? Swin and Nadia? No, not their names. Their group's name that they came from. Never got the names and trails. Sounds like a Airbonia school system. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. Ouroboros doesn't raise assassins themselves. Yeah, no. I mean, it seems a little evident to me that they're talking about Swin and Nadia as a group, but maybe I'm wrong. Members of the Garden. Oh yeah, he did say that. You're right, Eris. But is it just called the Garden? Because, I mean, because they could just call it their thing the Garden, you know, like, because that's where they're raising their assassins. Let's not dive too deep. Yeah, fuck it. It's fine. It's fine. The kindergarten. Alright, their attempts thankfully proved as unsuccessful as their attempts to remain covert in selling drugs. CID found them, and whoever they were working for purged them. Hell of a way to go. If I'd been so incompetent, maybe they wouldn't have been purged at all. Oh, that was probably Zen talking?
Don't beat yourself up about it. The Guild's priority is to keep civilians safe, not criminals. I don't want to say they deserved it for getting involved in organized crime, but it is what it is. Try putting that frustration you're feeling into more personal growth instead of letting it eat you alive. I was told that while the siblings were going to need psychological counseling for some time, they were fully expected to recover and go back to their everyday lives. Meeting with them had triggered something inside me. Came to realize that something needed to change. I had to take some kind of step forward.
Hell yeah, okay. Character progression already for her.
Even if it ended in me falling to the floor in some dramatic fashion, I just need to pick myself back up again. With that in mind, I accepted my multiple recommendations.
Oh, A-rank bracer.
Oh! Oh! The times we live in demand a new hero.
Oh, that's what the guy said, her friend. Oh, color and a guy in front of her, yep. Who dat? I think I saw her in the trailer, but I don't know, and I don't want it confirmed, just because I like being, like, blind for the most part.
Alright, hold on. The times we live in demand a hero. Doing so made me think of what my childhood friend said to me. I didn't believe I had what it took to be a hero.
God, she looks so fucking cool, though. Oh, I love her design.
Alright, didn't believe I had what it took to be a hero. But if I could be even just a brief one able to give the people hope and banish the darkness ahead, then that was reason enough to keep going. Maybe that could make me somebody enough to fight alongside the real hero once they came to light. Damn, girl. I want her to get some faith in herself here. Well, shall we get down to business? Zin turned to face me, his classic broad grin, even broader than usual. It'll be a while before the official paperwork arrives from headquarters, but I'm sure they won't mind me speeding up this part of the process with how much they wanted this. The Republic now has a bracer who reached A rank at the same age as the Empire's Purple Lightning. It's a tie! It's a tie! The same age. Congrats on your promotion, Elaine Auclair, Beauty's Blade.
Elaine Auclair, Beauty's Blade. Did they call it something else in fan translation? The Japanese moniker was Sword Maiden. Ah, okay, Sword Maiden. Sword Maiden would have been a little better. But Beauty's Blade, it's fine. I can allow it. I really like Elaine. Seems like my type of character, one I'm gonna like a lot if she's in the next game, for sure. Guessing the reason is maiden name has been used too often. That's fair. You're fine with it? Yeah, I think it's okay. Beauty's Blade. Man, this song though too. Thought there were too many maidens, like Lance Maiden and the Blazing Maiden, obviously. Forward, sword in hand, end. So that's it. That was good too, man. There's our Threads of Fate, maybe. Okay, so it's Jover. On a scale of 1 to 10, how hyper are you for Kuro? That helped a lot. I mean, Postgame in general did, because we had the Grandmaster Daydream with like McBurn and Gramhart or whatever his name was. And then we got all of this as well, just like completely, basically just showing us actual Calvard and things going on, which is fucking awesome. There's so much good. I'm excited. Leads into it so well into it. Yeah, I'm super excited. So where do you rank Reverie now after the post game? That's a tough one still. Maybe. Suspension of causality, recording engine activity confirmed. Force connection to Astral Link severed. Did it do this last time? Did it show the Grandmaster there and I just didn't notice? It might have. The whirlpool of causality engulfing Erebos and the fated land has at last been unraveled. First time, okay. Though the bell ringing in the end of days has yet to be silenced. It's a fucking bell again. She was holding the 3 threads. You children of Zemuria have earned your moment of peace until the time comes to face the final hour. So this is the Grandmaster talking. Until you, with hope and fear in your hearts, must walk new trails. Yo. Damn. Okay. Okay. Trails, yep. That was fire. That was a good ending. Very good way to get us hyped for the next game for sure. And with that, we end Trails into Reverie, looking at barefoot Reen. It's on shoes. Just in time, 11:33. You know what that gives us time to do? we can do our Trails series ranking. You know, tier list, if you will. We'll do a quick tier list for the games. I can't do the characters, that would take until tomorrow. Ended with Teddy Talk and then Reen San Shoes. About to get spicy in here? Yeah, I'm about to piss a lot of people off. I'm about to piss a lot of people off, and I apologize. Alright, let's get some music. We'll just go my, like, Trails. We'll do this one. It has every song. It's called Be Depressed. It's our first song. Piss the nerds off, do it. Alright, give me a second. Because I gotta figure out how I'm gonna even do this. We'll just do a Chrome. Trails series tier list. Persona 5, yes, Persona 5 is next. I think we'll be starting it on Sunday, but I might take an extra day. I'm not 100% sure yet. Tier maker. There we go. Oh yeah, this is the one I was looking at. It had a... Thank you, Yami. It has like Japanese version of Reverie and normal Reverie, but we'll just ignore that. Take all the time you need to rest, you earned it. I appreciate it, Blunt. But I am also just ready to play Persona. I'm super excited for it. For sure. Alright, but let me see what I can do. Let's capture this. We'll just add a new one. Window capture. Okay. Okay. Let's get this. Transform, fit to screen. Hopefully I can make it bigger. There we go. Okay, that should work. Other than I need to put it. And switch over there. There we go. This should work, yeah? It's kind of not... I think that works. Are these the rankings we want? I think it's probably fine. When you finish Kuro, you're going to update the list to have all the current English arts? You should. You should. Okay, but before I get started, one more pee break, and then I'll piss everybody off. 1 second. Okay, now is the time. Cherkun, why have you ranked Sky the Third in C tier? Cherkun? You asshole. You've betrayed me. Alright, so I assume the order we should go in is series play order. So starting with like Sky FC and going down until Reverie, right? And we will rank them that way. So that's how I'll do it. Where is SC? But anyway, this shouldn't take too long. I'll give like brief explanation of what I think about each game, but this is gonna be interesting. Just know, guys, that if I put something low, it doesn't mean I dislike it. It just means I think it's worse than the other games above it, okay? That's it. Okay, so Zach is confirmed hater of Trails. Yep, basically, I hate this game. I marathoned all, or not marathon, I played all 10 games in a row because I hate the series. All the games suck. Okay, so Sky FC, the first game. This is why you don't do tier list. I do. I want to see the hate. So Sky FC is an interesting one. It's the first one. It has the lowest like stakes, I would say, overall. It's the slowest, maybe the slowest game. It's definitely down there for being one of the slowest, but it is the first. It creates the world, does a great job of that, has great interactions with Stella and Joshua, and the super crazy cliffhanger at the end. I'm a pretty big fan of it, but overall, it is super slow, and I think it's a big deterrent to a lot of people who start the series with Sky, because it doesn't do much until the very end, basically. And so for me, it's one of my least favorite games in the series, though I still love it. So I put it B rank. I think it does its job like amazingly well, but I think it like its slowness does hinder it a little bit, and there just doesn't feel like there's too many things happening. I don't know. But it's supposed to. Like, I understand that it's building the world. It's the foundation for everything before it. B rank like Estelle. Just like Estelle. Alright. Then I gotta think this through. I'm trying to think how I rank things because I have to know where the things are going. Like, what's gonna go in here, what's here, what's here. So Sky SC just continues the story, but it builds upon everything that came before it. It has like way better emotional highs, I would say, and way more action. Things keep going like non-stop here. There's a little redundancy with like all the Ouroboros members like testing out their gospels or whatever the fuck they're doing, and then you have to fight them, then you have to go through all the towers and fight them, and then you go to the Liber Arc and fight them also, you know, at the end. So it's a little redundant, but I do think it's a pretty big step up, both on action, just overall storytelling, and emotional highs. First bit of SC is kind of a slog. I really like the beginning of SC because we get actual character development with Estelle. The beginning of SC is Estelle's like low, but then we see the true Estelle come through and shine when she picks herself up and you know, goes to find Joshua, and I think it's really cool. CS1 OST's goated. I love CS1 OST. So I think it's a rank. I don't think it's S for me though still, because I have games that I think are ahead of it. Chapter 2 is SC is kind of nothing, but that's only the only meh part. Yeah. So SC's like there's not a lot to complain about it other than, like I said, it feels like I think it's probably chapter 2 where that stuff is happening I'm complaining about, Pork. I really like the Kevin thing at the beginning, like in the prologue or chapter 1, where he's talking to Estelle, and Estelle, you know, Estelle's like in denial at the very beginning, and then she finally breaks down with Kevin there. Are we ranking on just on story? No, I should mention like combat and stuff as well. Though, I mean, what's really too different about these? Sky SC gives us more characters, which is also great. The Liber Arc, like as a whole final area is pretty fun. You also get like Julia playable and Mueller at the end there. Josette is pretty sick. When you replay FC, you'll see just how basic it is. Yeah. SC fleshes out the buff system, gives way more arts and more crafts. I see. SC also has the stupid like double craft thing or whatever. I don't know what the system was called because I literally used it in the tutorial and never again. The like duo thing. It was weird. The chain shit, yeah, I don't know. Whatever it was garbage. I never used it. But yeah, I guess as Pork says, this really was just a step up in combat, I guess. And then just having more playable characters is basically always a plus for me. So that was like a ton of fun. We got Annalise at the beginning. That was sick. Any other thing? Final boss, Weissman was pretty fun. Louve fight before that was pretty good. Music, the soundtracks were very much similar until you get to like Liber Arc and stuff, but other than that, it's just a step up from FC, but really it's only can do it because FC laid the groundwork. Most people never use Chaincraft or Spirit Unification casually, but both are actually based in the speedrun using them. Really? Chaincraft, it felt like it did less damage than if I were to attack individually with those characters. But I was probably wrong. Alright, so that's it for that. Sky the Third, I think I've said this on stream like a ton of times. Sky the Third is my favorite Trails game. It's just, it was like the perfect one for me, and I think with any of the games, like depending on your mindset while you're playing it, like how your life's going and things like that, certain emotional parts of the story will hit you differently than they did for other people. And I think I just played Sky the Third at the right time for me. And not to mention streaming it also, it was a really good game to stream because of the pacing. So I really enjoyed Kevin's story throughout it. I love the dungeon crawling aspect of it because it was the first time we really like got to focus on dungeon crawling in portions. The getting characters through like that you didn't know when you were gonna get them. You're like, oh, is this one gonna be Estelle from this Sealing Stone thing, or who's it gonna be? That was just a ton of fun. Maybe that's appealing to the gacha side of me. How could there be best if it doesn't have range? Shut up. But I also Sky the Third is the first game to really expand upon the lore of the overall continent of Zemuria, I feel like. Like, the other games obviously involved Erebonia and mentioned Calvard and things like that, but Sky the Third gave us things like the Salt Pail. It gave us things like what Cassius was doing during Sky FC in Erebonia. It gave us like a LeBlanc, like, door, you know, it just gave us a lot of world building, and at the time especially, that's what I was loving the most about Trails, is how like well built the world was, and it just kept adding more and was just really appealing. And then with streaming, you could approach these doors basically whenever you wanted, so that made the pacing like really ideal for me, that I could do long story segments whenever I wanted, not when the game dictated I needed to do them. So that's kind of why I like Sky the Third. You have like a ton of characters, a lot of flexibility and party members that you can use. Pacing was really well, and you could take it however you wanted. The story, I loved Kevin's story personally. Some people think it's too edgy and all that, but I don't know. It appealed to me at the time for sure, and made me really emotional. And the goodbye. Oh yeah. Well, first we'll start with Star Door 15. Holy shit! Nothing is like more depressing and bleak and disgusting than Stardoor well, is 15 Rens or is it 14 Rens? I can't remember. Well, Ren's Door, it was just ugh. It leaves an impression on you, I would say. Take it however you want, unlike some people in Sky the Third. Oof. Oof. Now, things I didn't like about Sky Third, there were a couple. Or there was one, and it's having masked Louve, which at the time I was like, okay, this is kind of dumb. You can pretty much tell it's Louve, even by his like little model thingy. But I wasn't like tired of the masked characters being brought back at that point, so it wasn't a huge flaw to me at the time. If I would have played this game later, like maybe somehow after I played all of Cold Steel and Reverie, I would have been fucking pissed that this happened. But because of the timing and when I played it, meant it didn't bother me as much at the time. You know what I mean? It was the first time they pulled it, so they get a small amount of leeway. Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of like the story of my Trails journey overall, is I'm okay with it at first, but then they just keep redoing the same thing over and over. And by the end, I'm fucking tired of it. And you'll see that with rankings later on. Well, yeah. Alright, Saivo said, can you play Overdosing Heavenly Bliss? What soundtrack is it on, Saivo? I don't know where that's at. Sky the Third? Give me a second. I have it, but I don't want to type in the search. There it is. Ooh. Oh, this one's a good one. I like this song. Okay, so there's our Sky trilogy. I left a gap between Sky SC and Sky the Third for a reason. Okay, so next up, we have the Crossbell duology, which overall, I would say the Crossbell games are my favorite arc for sure. For sure. Like, nothing beat the emotional highs and just the fun of playing those games. Okay. So, Trails from Zero. I think Trails from Zero is the best start to an arc out of the 3 different arcs. I don't know. It's still pretty slow, and there, like, a lot of the beginning stuff isn't as impactful or relevant. But just like the buddy cop story and Lloyd like getting to know the SSS and the SSS all kind of becoming a tight-knit group over time, it just like, I don't know, there's something about it that really appealed to me. And then like once you get to the part with Kia and once the story ramps up, it just fucking goes and it's so good. It also has one of my favorite soundtracks throughout the whole series. I don't know if Zero's my favorite, but it's definitely up there. Zero for me is S tier. It's not my favorite game because it is a little slow. It definitely gives you that feeling of this is the Trails formula. You're gonna be doing this for a little while, but exploring Crossbell was awesome. Crossbell, after a while, started to feel like home, and it still does. I fucking loved Crossbell as a, location, and it felt a lot better than the games before it where you're going to all these different towns. We were just going to Crossbell, Like, Crossbell City was our main place, and they somehow made a whole game fit with it. Though there was Amorica Mines and the hospital as well. What is this song? Loudly and Proudly. I've heard this song apparently, but I don't remember it. Finding that Tio is connected to both Lloyd's brother and Ren stuff was a good way to tie stuff together. So, that's the thing. It had, like, Tio's backstory with the cult and everything was explained, and, like, how Guy was tied to it was so good. But also, Zero is essentially Sky 4, because it closes out Ren's arc, which was super emotional, with her, like, learning about what actually happened when she was sitting in that, like, closet and her parents were talking to the SSS. Oh my god, man. It's such an emotional and good moment. And then, of course, the final moments where Estelle, says, got you, finally got Ren, finally was able to catch her, and add her to the family, eventually. It was so good, man. There's so many good, like, I can't even explain everything in all these games that I like about them, but Zero is a very good game. Why is Zero not SSS? Because I think that should only belong to a couple games. And the other SSS game would be Trails to Azure. I liked Azure better than Zero. But once again, it was a big just continuation from Zero. So it was Zero without the slow parts. Azure, once you got to the conference, that game just fucking kept going, other than the Coomer Beach stuff. But when you did the conference, and then you forget about Coomer Beach, and then it just kept fucking going, man. Yeah, of course, Azure's the other SSS. I see what you're doing now, Saibo. I hate you. Azure is definitely SSS peak Trails. Yeah, so Azure just has, it's just so crazy how good it is. It's emotional, it's non-stop action. It brings in the Master Chord system, which I fucking love, and that they keep it throughout the series. I love the Master Chord system. It's also where I started to learn how to break the games, using like dodge tanks and casting Sparkdyne. That was just fun. Kia plot twist reveal is still the greatest twist in all of gaming. There's just so many good moments and reveals. The Wazi reveal being a Dominion, I was stupid. I didn't see that coming somehow. And it fucking blew my mind, man. The Wazi reveal was insane for me. And same with Zeit. I wanted that bastard to talk all of Zero, all of Azure up to that point. I was like, this stupid dog needs to talk. Why can't he talk to us? He's like supposed to be some divine wolf or something, and he's just gurring and woofing. And then he fucking like almost eats a guy when saving Lloyd. Only arf arf and woof woofs. The Zeit reveal was awesome. Lloyd's low moments in the prison. And then getting the speech from Garcia, of all people, Garcia being the one to pick Lloyd up in his lowest moment, was such a cool and good moment. I would say the only thing that was like a slight, like I started questioning things, and it's kind of the same feeling I get going forward, but it's kind of something you have to take with Trails, is that like Maribel doing alchemy mumbo jumbo kind of set a precedent for me. I know there's like other mumbo jumbo before that, I get it. I know it's a weird opinion that I have, but Maribel's alchemy mumbo jumbo stuff kind of was like the first time I started getting rubbed the wrong way with like weird magic existing in Trails, and then it just kind of continued going on from that. But it's whatever, it's just something you have to kind of accept, and like I said, it's something that was prevalent even before this Azure. But yeah, Azure is just non-stop crazy good. Zach's fine with Areola Gospels, but Alchemy's too far. I'm telling you, I don't have like super good logic. And Luciola doing her illusion bullshit, like what's powering that? There was precedent. I don't know why Maribel's was the first one to like make me start feeling concerned, but it was. Could be worse, Zach. Could be one of those people who only like FC because SC started mumbo jumbo with gospels and extra dimensional towers. Whoops. No, I don't know how to explain my feelings with the alchemy. You just ignore Maribel, problem solved. I like her as a character because booba, but other than that. Okay, so that's my feelings towards all the, you know, quote-unquote 2D games. Alchemy is fine. It's alright. You pay attention to Maribel's titties, problem solved. It does help. I think Trails' issue is that it has to keep topping the last game, so the magic will only continue to get over the top. And maybe that's the problem. And also, it could just come back to, I'm okay with things the first time, but then once it keeps happening, I get annoyed with it. Like I said, it's a common problem that I have with Trails. But that one wasn't a big enough thing to deter me at all. Trails to Azure is still like my second favorite game overall. Beat it? We did, Enodon. I'm ranking all of the Trails games currently. We're halfway through, actually. Now we're on to Cold Steel. Woo! How the fuck do I rank these games, man? This is an interesting one. It's gonna take another hour. Probably like 30 more minutes if I had to guess. Time for the good part. The Legend of Cold Steel, F tier. Cold Steel 1. It's another start to an arc. But man, trying to think. C for Cold Steel. You put it in B. I'm thinking, sorry, give me a second. So I'm having trouble. You think Cold Steel is better than any of the Sky Thing games? It's arguably... It's definitely worse than every other game on this list right now. Okay? Cold Steel 1 is easily worse than every game on this list, but I don't know if I put it a tier below Sky FC. I think if you're new to the series, Cold Steel is just a better place to start than FC. I think that is terribly wrong. Maybe from like a modern gaming standpoint, but I think from a storytelling standpoint, playing Cold Steel 1 is okay, but it's not the best place to start. I think if you want the story in the best consumed way, it's going through the Japanese release order. Meant from a quality of life standpoint, from that I'd agree. I think it's arguably the best chance you're going to get someone into the series if you tell them to start with it. I'll say that, for sure. If you don't like older games, you'll flake off FC. And if you don't like older games, I would argue FC is slower than Cold Steel, like, in a way. But I also would say I don't like Cold Steel, or it's not I don't like it. It's one of my least favorites because nothing fucking happens in this game. Absolutely nothing. And maybe it's a problem that like I played the other 5 games before it, but you get like however many characters are thrown at you. Is it 11 characters in Class 7? Far too many characters. They try to introduce you to them one by one, but having so many characters means you get very little of all of them, and by the end, it asks you to be emotional about leaving these characters, and I didn't feel a fucking thing for any of them. I had zero connection to all of these characters at the end of Cold Steel 1. So the ending left me with zero emotion at all. Sorry. It's just, Cold Steel 1, you just did nothing the whole game. The ending was fantastic. Like, the Ouroboros plan getting put into start, Crow assassinating Osborn, and the Crow reveal that he's C, like everybody realizing it, Milliam like, oh shit, I messed up, I didn't see it in front of me. The ending was awesome, but nothing happened before it, except for Guerrilla, which you already got like spoiled on, knew was gonna happen from the in medias res beginning. You like how half the game, like how large parts of the game have half the cast fucking around Western Erebonia? Yeah, Western Erebonia, you don't get the C, and they're just gone. Nothing wrong at all with starting CS1, it's just going from CS1 through 4, then all the way back to FC sets up bad expectations. I can see that. So anyway, I just felt like, even though it was the start to an arc, it had far too low stakes. You didn't get to meet the start of an arc, I feel like, should get you to know the characters really well and develop them and the relationships, but there was far too many in the character bloat, which character bloat that stays with Cold Steel as a series is a problem, but the character bloat just hurts the game. I don't know. C for Carl, C for Carl. Bonding events? Bonding events... I mean, do you want me to bring up the harem and how terrible that is for character development? Because Cold Steel is not the start of it, but it's the time that it pisses me off. Because I know Azure and Zero maybe has like bonding events, kinda, but Cold Steel 1 specifically just ugh. Combat was decent though. You don't mind the character vote? All the Class 7 are better characters than Ellie? I would say almost no one's better than Ellie. I don't know. I think Ellie would fit in to Class 7. I think Ellie would fit in pretty well in Class 7, being like a mediocre character that just has like a simple backstory and you don't really care about her. You had a blast playing CS1? It was fun. I think also Old Schoolhouse being your like dungeon primarily, repetitively was a little meh. Trying to think of other complaints or even things I can say good about it. Reen as a Cold Steel 1 is the worst Reen is also. Like he's super bland. They just went for the like light novel anime protagonist self-insert character, and it's just so, I don't know. Reen turned me off from the moment I met him, and he had to work his way up from there, and it's a steep hill. You unironically like CS1, we can't disagree with any. So, let me restate once again, I like all of the games. I had a ton of fun playing all of them. But it's just like complaints I have with CS1 specifically. Hold on, I had notes on what I thought about Cold Steel 1 at the time of beating it. I kind of want to see what I said about that. I just said Reen's the weakest Trails protagonist. Yep, still think that. Typical anime tropes, secret power bullshit, harem bullshit hurt him. But yeah. Alright, enough of Cold Steel 1. This is the CS1 finale track. It is called... It's from CS1, Yuitsu no Kibo. Yuitsu no Kibo. He shows more personality in his interactions with Sarah Lone than Lloyd ever did. Of all the complaints, I've never understood the Reen being a self-insert one. What? I mean, Reen... It's not that he has zero personality, I guess. It's just that he's like what every like nerdy anime enjoyer wants to be. I want to be a cool swordsman with a special power, gets all the ladies, and I will always be the leader of the group. Play this? I have a playlist going, so I don't want to just like mix YouTube in. What is it? Because you don't watch anime? Maybe. Maybe my, like, having watched so much anime gets me tired of things. Reverie Corridor from Cold Steel 2. I think it's in my playlist, so I could play it. Hold on. Maybe not. Reen Shorja is what a lot of people think Rex from Xenoblade 2 is. Interesting. But just to let you know, if I was doing a character tier list, like S through D or whatever, Reen would be in like A tier for me. So I realize I'm like bashing on him, but I like Reen a lot. Especially how he changes throughout the series. So let me get that through. So actually I say his power fantasy character not... Yeah, there we go. Let's say power fantasy versus self-insert. But then, like, he has the depression because he's just like you for real. And I also don't like that so much, but... Okay. Cold Steel 2. Cold Steel 2 is kind of hard for me. I feel like Cold Steel 2, a lot of people hate in the community, like the overall Trails community. For me, it was a 100% upgrade overall from Cold Steel 1 because things were actually happening. The problem is it still suffered from things like it thinks that I cared about these characters when I still didn't. So like Reen was having these really emotional reunions with every class member, and I was still just sitting here like, man, I don't know how he feels any connection with these guys. I barely know them. And so like that's, I don't know, that was kind of like one of the things turning me off about Cold Steel 2. Cold Steel 2 also suffered from being the first Trails game where I really noticed the system. I don't know if I want to say system, but like I noticed that the game worked in a certain way. Like you just did the same thing in every game. Like Cold Steel 2 was the first one where I had that feeling. I think I do put it right here, though. I think it is, like, significantly better, because it has really good moments. So the Pantagruel part of Intermission is, like, one of my favorite parts of Trails. Like, I loved seeing that side from, like, Ring gets to see the other perspective and meeting all the, like, bad guys. Formula was the word. Yeah, it's the first game that where, like, the game didn't distract me from the fact that there's a formula. I'm trying to think, maybe I don't like as much as I think I do, because going around and picking up all the students was kind of like, felt super monotonous. It was nice that I like knew all of these Thor's students that were picking up, and I was getting to learn more about them and stuff. Divertisement, oh! So where this game really shined for me, and Yami kind of reminded me, is the finale, the first finale, first of all, because you get the reveals like crazy. Like Rufus is an Iron Blood, and Crow dies, which I felt zero emotion for because I don't know. Like, I felt like Reen was supposed to have this a lot deeper connection with Crow, and I never saw it. So, like, and with Class 7 in general, and Crow dying and everyone being emotional just didn't hit me as hard as it probably was supposed to. I think that's just a lot, goes back to a lot of my complaints with Cold Steel 1, is I just didn't have enough time with these characters individually to enjoy them so much. But anyway, the finale was fucking amazing, because Rufus, we figure out he's an Iron Blood, he fucking claps Grianos, Osborne comes back, which we already knew he was going to from Azure's ending, I think. Osborne takes over the Phantasmal Blaze plan, and I'm just like, what the fuck does that mean? Like, this is crazy. He just walked up and said it's his. Like, he just put Ouroboros in their place. Like, and then fucking Luke, I'm your father. You know, like Reen being Osborne's kid blew my mind, and it was actually like really fucking good. I was like, damn. He did the ultimate power. Osborne truly was him. So the finale at the Infernal Castle or whatever was really good in Cold Steel 2, which is, I kind of want to put it ahead of Sky FC, because then you also have Divertisement, where you get to see 3D Crossbow and play as Lloyd and Risha. That was fucking awesome, man. Ugh. And then the fight, you fight with Lloyd and Risha versus Reen and Altina. Bro, what a sick moment. Like, you're fighting the protagonist you just played as 2 games as. Like, and he's the bad guy now. God, it was so good, man. And then I also liked the actual epilogue finale of CS2, where you get to say goodbye to, you know, all of your friends, to Thor's as a setting. I think by that point, after doing all the bonding events in CS2, you know, having played CS1 and 2 and getting more character development, I think I finally started caring about all the characters. And so that final, when you beat the final boss and that song plays and Milliam's like crying, she's like, why am I crying? And then everybody else is crying, man. It got me so emotional. And it's like, man, I actually do like these Cold Steel characters. I am gonna miss them in the fact that they're going away here at the end of the school year. So Cold Steel finale was, like, all around was really good in my opinion. Or Cold Steel 2. But, it had so much kind of like mediocre shit in the, like, before the finale. That's why it still gets a lot lower than all these other games for me. Okay, we gotta speed this up. I don't want to be here past 12:30, so we're gonna speak briefly on Cold Steel 3. I like Cold Steel 3 a lot. Of all of the Cold Steel games, I'm gonna tell you right now, it's my favorite one. New Class 7 being the focus was really nice after having 2 games with the same cast previously. Like New Class 7 was a fresh of fresh air. Fresh air? Fresh? Breath of fresh air. There we go, Zach. Breath of fresh air. They are all like super unique and enjoyable in their own ways. And I think overall I like them a lot better than original Class 7. The smaller cast size is what helped immensely, I think. I think having so many in Cold Steel 1 and 2 was its biggest flaw. I think character bloat really hurt because all the characters suffered from getting less focus. We have Yuna, who's like basically one of my favorite characters, period, because I like those headstrong, like abrasive girls, you know? And then Altina's fucking awesome in her development she gets. Ash is pretty cool. I like Ash as a character. I don't like the retcon of Ash, but I like him as a character. And Muse was fine until Cold Steel 4. Then she kind of like rubbed me the wrong way. And then Kurt was good. I think like once in Cold Steel 4, eventually he gets more with his Cedric story. I think he's pretty good. So, and the finale of Cold Steel 3 is so good. So I'm gonna put it right here. I think it's my 4th favorite of so far of these games anyway. I don't think I put it above 0, but I do think it's S tier because it is one of my favorite games. The finale was so emotional, and like the cutoff, like I can't remember exactly what happens, but I remember the ending of Cold Steel 3 just does that like instant like boom, and it's like the Great Twilight started. It just fucking cuts you off. It's crazy, man. I wonder if Zach would date girls like Yuna. Maybe so. Probably so. I like Estelle too. Ink as black as despair. And I actually thought they killed Milliam. It's crazy, but I thought they did. We also got to see all of Western Zemuria, which was really nice, and we didn't retread over really any previous locations from Cold Steel 1 and 2 besides Heimdall, right? But it was even the other part of Heimdall? I was so mad at you at the end of CS3. Let's be real, the Active Red's what Zach really likes. No, I didn't even know about Active Red at that point. I also think Cold Steel 3 is the best Reen out of all the games. Reen as an instructor is a really good fit. I think Reen having to balance, you know, what he actually wants versus being the dog of the military, being the Ashen Chevalier is really cool. And I like that. I just like that turmoil that he faces in Cold Steel 3. Dun, dun. So yeah, this is where I actually started liking Reen. Because before this, I thought he was like super. He just wasn't for me. Like everything going on with him. But then like Instructor Reen, okay. Other than that, one last thing to say. I think it was fuck. Guys, which game has the Crossbell chapter where Yuna breaks down? That's Cold Steel 3, right? I have to make sure. Okay, that's that moment was one of the most emotional moments in the entire series for me. And it's because at the time still, I felt a deep connection with Crossbell, and I feel like Yuna personified it almost just as well as like Lloyd did, who Lloyd's my favorite character in the series. And like seeing her break down that way, the voice acting in English was so good, and just like, I don't know, her helplessness just made me feel so emotional, and like, I guess you could relate to it a little bit there. And that chapter, returning to Crossbell, seeing it in this newer style. I know it's the same engine, I think, as 1 and 2, but like improved graphically. It was so good. That chapter is like one of my favorite chapters in all of the series. This list is written in ink as black as despair. Real, what happened to you and her siblings was great too. Agreed. Yep. Oh, we got banger. Cold Steel 4. Yeah, so this is probably where people get pissed off at me. Cold Steel 4 is easily my least favorite game in the series. I don't know if I want to put it in a tier all by itself below Cold Steel 1. I don't think it deserves that. But Cold Steel 4 is easily my least favorite game in the series. It has some of my favorite moments somehow, as in the prologue, Chapter 1, where we don't have Reen because I was tired of Reen by this point. So not having Reen and like Yuna kind of being the main character almost and like bringing everyone together was really good. It's got really high highs, but the lows fucking destroyed it for me. The entirety of Act 2 or Chapter 2 or whatever was the worst fucking experience in a game I've had in a while. It was so pointless. Like, you're also like learning everything about this curse and bullshit, and the game's just completely shitting on itself with the story writing. I don't know, man. Cold Steel 4 like took like all these cool and interesting things that happened, like Hamel, I don't know, like Ash assassinating the Emperor, I guess. I'm trying to think of other curse-related bullshit. It took a lot of things and kind of made it worse for me. Says CS4 is just a ripoff of Kingdom Hearts 3. I haven't played Kingdom Hearts 3. Just so I remember, CS3 was supposed to be one game, but it got too long, hence 4, so they bloated a bit. Well, I can remember that, but I'm still gonna judge it because of that. Overall, the writing of 4 just felt terrible. It felt like they had this idea of the curse, which, when you think about it, it works. It's like two Septarians, you know, like super powerful being trying to like get complete and take over and shit. And like it makes sense, but then the problem is they used like every little thing is explained by the curse. Everything. To the point where it's fucking obnoxious, where it seems like the writers wrote themselves into a corner, and the only way they could get out of it was explaining it was the curse. That's it. Everything was the curse. CS1 was your least favorite alongside Sky FC. Both were stupid, slow-paced. Well, they're pretty low for me, WiiWare, so I understand. Not going into spoilers since it's pretty much obvious from the last mini-episode in Reverie, but we'll need a refresher once you get to Daybreak. Refresher on what? Sorry. I don't think the curse is the problem, but they constantly contradict the curse by saying it's people's choice. Well, I get the whole... The curse just brings out their inner emotions. I get it. I just didn't like, personally, the writing and how they used the curse throughout the whole game. It really felt like Cold Steel 3 was building up a ton of awesome shit, and then this game just, like, poorly executed it all. It's a good song. So what else did Cold Steel 4 do that was brazenly stupid? Cold Steel 3 is partially to blame for this. Trying to make me be happy about Olivier returning and all those people. Like, Cold Steel 4 is where I was fucking done with the fact that no one dies. Like, of course Olivier's comes back. I knew he was going to. He was not going to be dead. And so they try to bring him back in some spectacular moment that just felt completely flat for me. It's like, oh yeah, it finally happened. Yay. Yay. Except Aryan Road, which is one of the best scenes. Aryan Road scene is pretty good. Because they actually let her die. Basically, no more Reen and Daybreak, it's a new cast. Oh yeah, I'm aware of that, and that's why I'm excited for Daybreak, Maverick. Angie, Victor, the stupid fucking cursed masks, which on Victor, I don't even know. They like said it wasn't affecting him, but he just wanted to fight or some shit. I don't even understand the stupid fucking masks shit. I hate the mask, man. Oh my god. What else did Cold Steel 4 do that just pissed me off? I'm trying to think. I mean, it was pretty obvious the Osborne thing is that he was gonna be, Lord and Savior in the end. I don't know. I don't think that was like a big issue for me. Do you enjoy Michelin? Michelin was okay. Victor one made no sense. That should include the enemy and Olivier should still be alive. Right? I don't know, man. Positives though. Dubes. This is where Dubes was playable, right? For the first time. Like that. That was fucking sick. Zach wants the entire cast? No. 6 feet under? Listen, I will say, I don't want anyone to die. I never want characters to die just to die for emotional impact or anything. That's not what I want. What I want is not to be faked out. And that's the problem that Trails consistently does, is they try to fake me out to the point where if anyone dies in Daybreak, I will not believe it. Unless I see them get decapitated and their head rolls on the ground, I'm not gonna believe it. And even then, they might still fucking come back. I don't know. Alright, and... God damn it. Cold Steel 4, you piss me off, man. If there's more fake outs in Daybreak, you're gonna be pissed, right? God, I had something I thought that made me mad about Cold Steel 4, but I can't remember now. Oh well. Doesn't matter. Either way, it's my least favorite game. Burnout did not help it at all. It had good combat. Like, if I'm gonna praise things, prologue, chapter, act 1, finale was, like, the actual finale, like, the wedding scene was the best, like, the best ending for me. And the combat was really good, and Reverie just perfects it, basically. Fragments was amazing. Yeah. Fragments was amazing. But, for some reason, for me personally, all those good things were not at all able to outweigh the like bitter taste the rest of the game left in me, along with the burnout. So that's why Cold Steel 4 is my least favorite game. Probably stream Daybreak on release day? Probably. We'll see where I'm at. But Zach will be mind blown. Whoa, whoa, whoa! I don't want to know if there's any character deaths. No, no, no. No, no. Okay, and then last game. This one's really hard to, this one's really hard for me to rate. Reverie, like I said, was the best, or was like the most fun Trails game to play, by far. The pacing in Reverie... The pacing in Reverie was like perfect. Like I never felt bored in this game. It's probably because there's no side quests. Not that side quests are bad, but it was all like main story, or you went to the Reverie Quarter to have fun and fuck around and watch daydreams, which were like the best part. And then the combat and making your own builds and the sheer amount of characters. What was it, 54 characters or something? God, it was a Trails fans like wet dream sandbox. It was so good. Where's probably your favorite? It's just a perfect love letter to the series. It's a great love letter to the series. I have I have complaints strictly with the story. The story for me was mid at best. It wasn't bad. I wasn't like turned off by anything that happened. I guess for the final game with all these characters, I wanted to feel something more. I don't know how to explain it, but there was no point in this game where I felt like, yeah, this is the end with all these amazing characters. This moment's so good, I'm gonna miss them after this. It was like, I don't know. There were definitely some high points, like the doll factory, and Rufus like saving Lapis from the pile of Lapis and saying that I can't remember the whole speech, but it was such a good fucking moment. Even though later on he's like, I just made that shit up. It was still such a good fucking moment during that. And also the factory with on Lloyd's route, fighting McBurn, or his like fake McBurn, and Noelle like coming to save the day on her bike was badass as fuck. Rufus saying lapis from the pile of lapis is such a weird. It's a weird sentence, but it's correct. Silo. Miss Schneider, Miss Schneider. It wasn't my type of comedy, but I don't dock points from it because of it, Pork. I just thought it was stupid as hell. Lloyd threatening Novartis and McBurn was amazing. Oh, it was so good, man. Lloyd's my boy. I need your takeaway from the videos today. Just got home. I can't do that right now. But overall, the like AI thing, it was a cool little thing, but I didn't really like. It didn't blow my mind or anything like Elysium. The whole, pretty much, Reen's whole route was not good for me. Like the whole evil Reen thing that Elysium like created and all that bullshit. It just, and then him like getting the heterochromia thing. It was all bullshit. It was all Tearfing S fucking sucked. Reen's whole route just, if it wasn't there, I would have been way happier. I would have been way happier without Reen's route at all. The finale was pretty good though, aside from that, from it being Evil Reen as the final boss. The Rufus like sacrifice at the end I thought was fucking brilliant. Even though they went back on it, it's like, oh, we gotta go save him. And then Lloyd said the cheesiest line in the history of video games. Even though they did that, like the fact that when I figured out what was going on with the Rufus like sacrificing himself, I was like, oh, fuck, that's brilliant. Oh, it was so good. But yeah, and then the post game, all the daydreams were top tier, but Azure Arbitrator being the boss was kind of weird. It was fine. It was fun. We got to hear Azure Arbitrator's song again, but I don't know. I would have liked just something different. Overall, this game, it's either third or fourth. I'm having trouble deciding. I think just from pure like having fun playing it, it's my third favorite game. But it doesn't hit the same tier as these games, and that's because of the story beats don't quite hit the levels that these did for me. Trails SC not S tier? Trails SC is a good game, but I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know how to explain. It just feels like all these are better, like by a good margin for me. Is FC B tier for being slow? For being slow and for just basically nothing happening, Anixie. I know that it does its job and builds it up well, but the fact that it does nothing for so long is kind of boring for me at times. Okay, so overall, that's my tier list. I don't know how you guys feel about it. I don't know that any of my arguments or reasoning made sense. It's obviously it's just like an opinion, man. Cold Steel dumpster tier. Cold Steel didn't make it far, except for Cold Steel 3 I really liked. You see your message? I missed it. Zach, we told you the ending scene after the ending credits was done in the Crow engine, right? Looking for the massive jump in graphics. I feel like that scene was very stylized. I don't know that the whole game's gonna look like that scene, right? Feel like it's your tier list? Yeah, exactly. Cold Steel enjoyers definitely are not gonna be happy about this. But to that I say, fuck you. I'm just kidding. You can have Cold Steel 4 top. That's cool. It's whatever. It's just my opinion, man. No, fuck you. Yeah, Tally, give it to me back. I'll take it. Biggest diversions from your list is SC and CS3, otherwise mostly similar. I see. So we have like kind of similar opinions. I think Crossbell Nostalgia and Yuna really carried Cold Steel 3 for me, if I'm gonna be honest. But yeah. That's all I got, guys. And I'm sure if I redid this tier list like on another day, my opinion might change. I don't know. The list is very close to yours. I bet you have Reverie like here, or here, or here. Which is basically the same. Where do you put Cold Steel 3, Saivo? I'm curious. Because I feel like I like this game more than I should. Your top 5 are interchangeable? I think these 3 are interchangeable. These 2. And you could argue I like Reverie this much or Zero this much, but I'm not sure. It's hard to say. What's your favorite S-Craft animation? Probably Reen's, the one where he counts to 7. That one's fucking sick. I love it so much. 7 people clap, yep. CS3 is great, you can see why it'd be your favorite Cold Steel game. I see. CS3 is so much better than the other 3. Really? Other 3? Oh, yeah, yeah, 1, 2, and 4. Okay. I'm surprised that we're pretty close, Saibo. That's cool. Not Howling... Dude, Howling Heaven is close, man. What rank is Legend of Dragoon? Right here, buddy. If this is Legend of Dragoon, it's right here, and it'll stay here. So you're saying you have good opinions? Well, they match mine. Others would argue we have terrible opinions, Saibo. There's multiple people in chat who think the game I put last is the best. Your character tier list is gonna draw blood? Oh god. I don't know, I feel like, honestly, I don't think people would argue much with my character tier list. Because, I don't know. Like, maybe a lot of us would have like 1 or 2 tiers swapped for a lot of characters, but it wouldn't be like drastically different. It's not like anyone's gonna have Angie S tier and I'm gonna have her F tier. Like, everyone has Angie F tier, you know what I mean? Mujikin is the S-Craft I'm looking for. Ooh, this song. You know what, guys? This is a good song. Oh, this is a long song. Never mind. Character tier list has too much bloat. Fuck the orphans. Every single Thor student gets pictured too. It'd be so hard to do it. I'll do a character one on my own time, guys, and put it in Discord though. Fuck Alan. Fuck Alan. You right, Elnarath. Fuck Alan. Angelica fans get banned? They should. They honestly should. The fact that Reverie was basically a third crossbow game was so hype. And see, so my take is, it was sick that it was taking place in Crossbow for the majority of it we wear. The problem is, they retreaded the same fucking thing of Crossbow getting taken over. That was annoying. Like, I don't know what else you could do, I'm not a writer, but did it really need to get taken over again? Like, couldn't we just do something else? Playable character tier list? That's definitely more manageable, Annexy. Reen's your favorite, but more so because it's consumed so much cliche anime that's become your favorite kind of MC. Been corrupted by them. And you know what, the thing is, I completely understand why people would have Reen as their favorite character. I 100% understand. And that's why he's also just like an A tier for me instead of an S tier. I think he's pretty good. It's just, Lloyd is my favorite character and favorite protagonist, but that's not a lot of people's opinion. But for me, like, it's because he personifies Crossbow, because he never gives up. It's because, because he's a normal ass dude that like perseveres through all of the challenges that were thrown at him, while also relying on his friends and the SSS and everyone. So, I don't know. That's just what appeals to me more, though. The normal ass dude. Some people like the fucking cool guy, which is fine. Also, I would have loved to run around Ordis a little more instead of returning to Nord. Well, why did we return to Nord, man? What the hell? Refresh of Azure Finale, rehash of Azure Finale, rehash of terrorists in the sewers, rehash the conflict on Nord border, finding another girl in a suitcase. Just described to have Reverie plot. You're right. You're right. Favorite protagonist is Estelle. That's respectable. I love Estelle. Love her. Saiva knows what's up. What did Saiva say? I missed it. Mod Annexy? No. Need my opponents on Neidhart and Rhines. Damn it, Saivo. Hot take, 30% of fans only played Cold Steel games, so that's why it's skewed to Reen. Tell you I'm wrong. I think that's a factor. I think starting with Cold Steel is going to make you like Reen better. Especially if you start with Cold Steel and it's stuck for you. I get it. Having PMC villain would be a nice segue to the Reverie Quarter episode. True. So I think SC should at least be S tier. It could. I don't know, man. It's the problem. So I will rightfully fully admit it's been so long since I played SC. I'm going off like pure feeling right now. And SC has some amazing moments, but I don't know. It just never hit the highs that these other games hit for me. And maybe it's because I wasn't as invested yet at this point. I wasn't talking to every NPC yet at this point. I don't know. It's my tier list. Yeah, and this is just me. You guys, I fully accept any criticism, 100%. Because you can. It's past 12:30. True. We need to stop. Reaction still on Josh dying though. That's because you guys suck, Silo. I cried for Louve. I cried for the Louve part of like him dying. I think that's it though. SC is SSS free, but you fully understand why not for others. And I get why people love it too, 100%. 100%. Okay, guys. I guess that's it. That's it for Trails. That's it for me streaming Trails games until Daybreak comes out. It's crazy, man. I started Sky FC in April of last year, so April 2022. And I've pretty much like only played Trails games, you know, with other ones thrown in since then. And now I'm finally caught up. It's a fucking amazing series, man. Met a lot of great people streaming, had a lot of good conversations. Had a lot of highs, a lot of lows all around. Now do your second playthrough? That won't be happening for a long time. I gotta play other games now. I gotta experience new things. And I'm very excited for Daybreak when it comes out. Definitely will be streaming that. So if you're a Trails fan only, you know, I guess I'll see you whenever I stream Daybreak. But other than that, we are going on a new adventure after tonight. Hopping into some Persona 5 Royal, my first time playing Persona 5. Should be exciting. I've played one other Persona game. I played Persona 4 Golden in January of this year. Had a ton of fun with that. Like, Persona 4 Golden was probably one of my favorite games I've played. Like, period. Like, it's up there with, like, how much I like Trails games. So, I've heard a lot of good things about P5. I'm hoping it lives up to at least similar quality and expectations that P4 did. And yeah, we'll be starting with that on Sunday, I believe. Unless I take Sunday off. There's a good chance I take Sunday off, but you guys will know before it happens. Persona 5 doesn't use procedural generation. I've heard that. Did I see your highlighted message? I don't think so. Falcom did a poll that showed 41% of fans in Japan started with Cold Steel 3. That's disgusting. Been following the series for 8 years. It's crazy. I've only been doing it for not even like 2 full years. And Cold Steel 4 tested me, man. I almost... Like, I want to say it's not my favorite game series, but I can't say that. Trails is still my favorite. Man, Cold Steel 4 made me want to fucking drop it, though, dude. I about gave up. You're gonna pull Nolak with P5 probably. Still want to play it yourself at some point. You don't want to spoil yourself, maybe just a little. I get you, Typer. I appreciate you being here for all these Trails games, man. And same for anyone. If anyone's peacing out, not gonna watch the streams anymore because it's not Trails, I get it. Trails fans are dedicated to Trails. But if for anyone who sticks around, I appreciate that too. Hopefully you can enjoy some P5 with me. And maybe some other games. You're staying P5 side? Well, I'm happy to have other people here with me. As long as I have someone to talk to while I'm playing and streaming, that's all I need, man. I don't need much. P5's your favorite game. I'm fucking excited for P5, man. I'm so excited. There's some Japanese still watching walkthroughs raw. Fuck. Maverick. You're gonna buy it in a few days and watch when you catch up? Fuck yeah, Helden Wrath. I hope to see you around, man. It's been a pleasure. Came for the kawaii, stayed for the glasses. God damn it, Anixie, I hate you. Anixie and Saibo, though, the 2 original viewers since Sky... SC or FC, Anixie? I know Saibo's here since FC. You played P5 3 times, P5R twice? Holy shit, Knight. It must be fucking good. Looking forward to my thoughts on Daybreak. Hell yeah, man. I'm excited to play it. Reverie got me hyped for it, like, undeniably. You'll be ahead of me by the time you start streaming it? Probably. Whatever game I'm playing, I probably won't drop it to play Daybreak, so I'll probably start Daybreak. It just depends on timing. I might start Daybreak on release, I might wait a little bit, we'll see. That's a ways away. That's a ways away. Zach Happy Ring got bodied. Oh, I fucking am, Knight! He got fucking clapped and it's great! You arrived with Gilbert. Hell yeah, Saibo. And you're a goat, just like Gilbert. He needed to get clapped. He needed to be humbled a bit. He needed to be humbled. And he got it. What's up, Toby? It's bedtime? I know. Feel like you like Reen now after the final Daydream? Like Reen more now? I think I kind of do, Magus. And I've said it a billion times, I'll say it again. I like Reen. Just because he's not my favorite protagonist doesn't mean I hate him. I think he's a good character. In Sky 3, Zach said he'd play Legend of Dragoon. Get me out of here. I never said it. You can't prove it. It's funny you say he needed it when he himself didn't think he was all that to start. Well, I know he didn't think he was all that, but man, everyone else sure fucking thought he was. And the story played itself like he was. Got blindsided by a magic sword. Hey, if that's what it takes, fuck it, Talifer. Your Zenny is worthless here, Anixie. Zach should play Dragoon. Well, if Saibo says it. If Saibo wants me to play it. Alright, anyway guys, for real though, I gotta stop. It's been so fun having you guys all here for Trails, man. I wish I could do it all over again with you all. Like, forget it all and do it again. But at least we still have games in the future to play. And hopefully I'll see you back for then. So, till then guys, enjoy your weekend, the rest of the night. I will probably be back on Sunday for some Persona 5. And I hope you can join me for that new adventure, guys. Till then, peace out, and hopefully see you later.